무선 마이크로 다 운영할 것 같고요. 레벨은 다 이 정도 될 것 같습니다. 괜찮으세요? 네, 알겠습니다. 테스팅 마이크. 네, 괜찮네.
예, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 사회를 맡은 청주교육대학교 이선경 교수입니다. 많은 분들이 오늘 이 자리에 참여를 해주셨는데요. 사실 오늘 날씨가 굉장히 춥고 눈이 많이 와서 이런 기후 변화의 그런 심각성을 많이 느끼게 되는 것 같습니다. 그런 상황에서 오늘 이런 주제를 가지고 이 학술 대회를 개최하게 된 것을 굉장히 중요한 그런 시점이 아닌가 이렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다. 오늘은 청주교사교육포럼의 2일차 행사인데요. 13차 ICST International Conference on Schools and Teaching이라고 하는 제목을 가지고 있는 국제학술대회가 개최되는 날입니다. 그래서 먼저 오전에는 기조강연으로 시작을 하겠고요. 그리고 오후에는 여러 가지 학술 세션이 있을 예정입니다. 현장에 참여해 주신 여러 선생님들과 온라인에서 시청을 해주시고 계신 전국의 초중등학교의 많은 선생님들께 감사를 드립니다. 지금부터 ICST 국제학술대회를 개최하도록 하겠습니다. 2일차 행사이고 어제 큰 개회식을 했기 때문에 국민의례는 생략하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 현재 본 행사는 청주교육대학교 청남마루에서 진행이 되고 있습니다. 이 오전에 4건의 초청 강연을 포함해서 약 3시간 정도 진행이 될 예정이고요. 그러니 끝까지 자리를 좀 지켜주시고 또 온라인으로 참여하시는 분들께서는 댓글로 소통을 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 시작하기에 앞서서 내외빈을 좀 소개를 해드리려고 하는데요. 호명되신 분들께서는 잠시 일어서서 객석을 향해서 인사를 해주시기 바랍니다. 먼저 청주교육대학교 한대희 총장님께서 자리해 주셨습니다. 예, 충청북도 교육연구정보원의 박종길 원장님 자리해 주셨습니다. 예, 청주교육대학교 교육연구원 박윤경 원장님 참석하셨습니다. 그리고 본학술대회를 공동 개최하고 있는 학회장님 2분이 참석을 하셨는데요. 초등과학교육학회 학회장인 청주교육대학교 권혁순 교수님 참석 아직 안 하셨네요. 오시고 계시는 것 같습니다. 예, 한국문학교육학회 학회장이신 염은열 교수님 자리해 주셨습니다. 예, 그리고 그 외에 굉장히 많은 분들이 참여를 해주셨는데요. 대표로 처음 기조강연을 해주실 유네스코 한국위원회 사무총장을 역임하신 한경구 총장님 인사드리겠습니다. 그리고 나머지 그 기조강연 분에 대해서는 제가 소개를 안 드려도 아마 여기에서 보실 수 있을 거라고 생각해서 인사를 생략하겠습니다. 예, 조금 전에 초등과학교육학회 학회장이신 청주교육대학교 권혁순 교수님 참석해 주셨습니다. 그러면 어제도 개회사를 했지만 또 오늘 또 새로운 중요한 행사이니만큼 개회사로 오늘 학술 행사의 문을 열도록 하겠습니다. 청주교육대학교 교육연구원 박윤경 교수님께서 개회사를 해주시겠습니다. 예, 큰 박수 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 청주교육대학교 교육연구원장 박윤경입니다. 네, 어제도 개회사를 했다는 말이 굉장히 네, 지금 아마 3번째 개회사인 것 같고요. 아직 내일 한 번 더 인사말이 남아 있어서 중간에 와 있는 것 같습니다. 어제 밤에 청주는 한파 대설주의보가 내렸어요. 그래서 총장님께서도 걱정이 돼서 밤새 좀 잠을 잘 못 이루셨다 그러는데 다행히 눈이 그쳐가지고 오시는데 그래도 어려움이 조금 덜하지 않았을까 싶어서 다행이라고 생각합니다. 네, 이런 어려운 상황에서도 저희 현장에 이렇게 많이 참석해 주신 모든 분들과 온라인으로 함께 해주고 계시는 분들께 감사드리겠습니다. 이성경 교수님께서 말씀해 주신 것처럼 이 학술대회는 사실은 그 청주교사교육포럼의 일부 프로그램으로서 진행되고 있지만 제13차라는 말에서 알 수 있는 것처럼 독립적인 행사로도 진행이 되어 왔습니다. 기존에는 그 국제 학술 행사를 기조 강연하고 국내 학술 대회로 분리를 해서 독립적으로 이제 차수를 이렇게 헤아려 가면서 운영을 했었는데, 올해부터는 이 둘을 통합해서 좀 명실상부한 그 국제 학술 대회의 모습을 갖추게 된 것 같습니다. 제가 공식적으로 개회를 선언을 안 했는데요. 지금부터 제13차 학교와 수업 국제학술대회를 시작하겠습니다. 네, 이번 학술대회는 6개 학회가 공동 개최로 참여해주고 계시는데, 한국교육철학학회, 한국문학교육학회, 한국사회과교육학회, 한국열린교육학회, 그리고 한국초등과학교육학회, 그리고 한국환경교육학회가 함께 참여하고 있습니다. 학회 구성원 여러분들 모두 환영하고 진심으로 감사드립니다. 그리고 현장을 보시면 알겠지만 벨기에, 일본, 그리고 오스트리아, 스페인, 튀르키예, 말레이시아에서 오신 세계적인 석학들과 신진 연구자들 분들이 함께 현장에 참여하고 계십니다. 그리고 교사단체의 선생님들과 여러 학자분들이 이 자리에 함께 하고 계시는데요. 여러분들을 모실 수 있게 돼서 참으로 영광스럽게 생각하고 기쁜 마음입니다. 올해 그 학술대회 주제가 불확실성 시대의 학교와 교사의 변혁적 역할이라고 되어 있습니다. 저희 그 포럼에 학술대회에 참여한 그 학회들의 면면을 보면 아시겠지만, 사실 이거는 특정 분야만 해당되는 그런 주제라기보다는 교육학계가 전반적으로 당면하고 있는 공동의 화두인 것 같습니다. 실제로 작년부터 시행되고 있는 2022 개정 교육과정에서도 디지털 전환과 기후 환경 변화를 로 인한 미래의 불확실성에 대비하는 것이 굉장히 중요하다라고 강조를 하고 있습니다. 그렇긴 한데 사실 이 불확실성이라는 말 자체도 상당히 좀 불확실한 그런 느낌이 들고, 교사와 학교에 요구되는 변혁적 역할이라는 것도 아직은 무엇인지 좀 모호하기도 한 그런 느낌입니다. 하지만 이 문제들에 대해서 대응하기 위해서 오랫동안 고민해 오신 학자분들의 연구 성과와 그리고 현장에서 먼저 부딪혀서 그 대응책을 마련해 오신 현장 전문가분들의 그런 연구 결과들을 오늘 이제 접하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그런데 또 한편으로 생각해 보면 디지털 전환이나 기후 생태 변화라는 것을 넘어서서 이 그 주제는 우리에게 조금 더 근본적인 질문을 던지는 것 같습니다. 도대체 앞으로 인간 사회에서 학교라는 것은 무엇인가? 그 안에서 우리가 가르친다고 하는 것은 어떤 의미를 갖는 것인가? 과연 교사는 어떤 역할을 해야 할 것인가와 같은 보다 기본적인 질문들을 던지고 있는데요. 세계 여러 나라에서 오신 그 서로 사회적인 맥락이 다른 공간에서 이제 고심해 오신 그런 그 연구 결과들을 또 접하고 함께 나누면서 이 문제에 대한 어떤 비교론적인 시각을 또 얻고 우리의 문제를 새롭게 보는 그런 통찰을 얻어가실 수 있기를 기대를 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 이어서 환영사는 청주교육대학교 한대희 총장님께서 해주시겠습니다. 큰 박수 주시기 바랍니다.
반갑습니다. 한대희 총장입니다. 저도 어제 축사를 했는데 두 번째 축사입니다. 제13회 ICST 개최를 축하드립니다. 이번 국제 컨퍼런스를 위해 청주교육대학교를 방문해 주신 여러분 환영드립니다. 어제도 인사 나누신 분도 계신데요. 그 영어가 부족한 사람들은 만났을 때 굿모닝 말고는 더 이상 말하기가 어려워서 어색한 미소를 짓습니다. 이게 반갑지 않아서 그런 게 아니고 미숙해서 그런 점이고 뭐랄까요, 반갑고 고맙고 감사한 마음 가지고 있다는 말씀 이 자리를 통해서 통역을 통해서 전달드리고 싶습니다. 세계 각국에서 멀리서 오셨습니다. 감사드리고요. 한 분 한 분 인사드려야 되겠습니다만 이따가 강연을 통해서 따로 소개가 될 거라고 생각을 합니다. 세계 여러 곳에서 참여해 주신 여러분께 감사드리고요. 국제학술대회를 개최하는 일은 좀 쉽지 않은 일입니다. 오늘 이 자리를 위해 수고해 주신 박윤경 원장님, 이성경 교수님, 여러 학내외 관계자 여러분들께 감사드립니다. 아울러 학술대회 개최를 위해 후원을 아끼지 않으신 윤건영 교육감님과 박종길 충북도 교육연구 정보원장님께 감사드립니다. 이번 국제학술대회의 주제는 불확실성 시대의 학교와 교사의 변혁적 역할입니다. 인구 감소, 생태 환경 변화 및 급속한 기술 발달 등으로 우리나라뿐만 아니라 전 세계 모든 국가들이 많은 고민을 하고 있습니다. 오늘 이 자리가 우리를 둘러싼 환경의 변화에서 앞으로 교사들이 어떤 관점을 가져야 할지, 무엇을 해야 할지, 또 어떻게 해야 할지에 대한 고민을 나누는 자리가 될 것 같습니다. 다음 주에 국회에서 청문회가 개최된다는 이야기를 들으셨을지 모르겠습니다. 교육과 관련된 특히 이제 최근에 핫 이슈가 되고 있는 것은 디지털 대전환이라고 하는 발달한 기술을 학교에 도입하려고 하는 시도를 정책적으로 한 1, 2년 진행해 온 것이 급기야는 정치적인 논쟁으로 발전된 상황인 것 같습니다. 기사를 보면 아시겠지만 첨예한 대립을 하고 있는 것에 비해서 논거로 제시되는 것들이 대단히 부족한 것 같습니다. 이런 상황에서 학술대회를 통해서 기술 발달과 관련된 문제이든 환경 변화와 관련된 문제이든 이런 문제들에 대해서 상식 수준을 벗어나서 조금 더 깊이 있게 이해하고 논의하고 고민하는 일들이 꼭 필요한 것 같습니다. 그런 의미에서 이번 학술대회가 의의가 있는 것 같습니다. 여러 국가에서 오신 훌륭한 강연자분들에게서 유익한 정보와 지혜로운 아이디어를 얻을 수 있는 기회가 되기를 기대해 봅니다. 오늘 하루 우리 모두에게 유익한 날이 됐으면 감사하겠습니다.
예, 감사합니다. 이어서 축사는 충청북도 교육연구정보원 박종길 원장님께서 해주시겠습니다. 예, 큰 박수 주시기 바랍니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 충청북도 교육연구정보원장 박종길입니다. 예, 새로운 희망과 기대가 넘치는 새해 2024 청주교사교육포럼 개최를 축하드립니다. 또한 13번째 국제학술대회를 준비해 주신 청주교육대학교 한대희 총장님과 박윤견 교육연구원장님께 깊이 감사드립니다. 올해 국제학술대회는 7개국의 해외 석학들과 국내 주요 학술 단체들이 참여하여 명실상부한 글로벌 포럼으로 확대되었습니다. 세계적인 수준의 교육을 실천하고 있는 교육 전문가들이 모여 교사의 전문성 신장과 변혁적 역할에 대해 담론의 장을 열게 되어 매우 기쁘고 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 오늘날 교육 현장은 새로운 패러다임의 대전환 시대를 맞이하였습니다. AI 대전환과 학력 인구 감소라는 도전 속에서도 우리는 연구와 실천을 통해 교육의 미래를 준비해야 합니다. 또한 시대적 흐름에 맞는 학교 시스템과 문화, 교사의 역할에 대해 고민하고 새로운 개념 정립이 필요합니다. 오늘 국제학술대회에서 발표될 불확실성 시대의 학교의 교사와 교사의 변혁적 역할에 대한 학술 연구의 결과와 실천 사례가 교육의 방향에 새로운 시각과 아이디어를 얻는 소중한 시간이 될 것으로 기대합니다. 청주교사교육포럼에 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 의미 있는 경험과 배움의 시간이 되길 바라며 앞으로도 학술적인 교류와 협력이 더욱 활발히 이루어질 수 있기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
예, 이상으로 개회식을 마치고자 합니다. 이후에 잠깐 휴식을 하는 게 좋겠지만 오후 일정까지 너무 많은 내용들이 계획이 되어 있기 때문에 휴식 시간 없이 바로 기조강연으로 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 오전에 이루어지는 그 해외 학자의 기조 강연을 포함해서 이루어지는 기조 강연 세션은 모두 청주교육대학교 청남마루에서 진행이 되고 있으면서 동시 통역을 제공하고 있습니다. 참여자께서는 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 인이어 장비를 조절해서 언어를 선택하시게 되는데요. 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 1번이 한국어, 2번이 영어입니다. 온라인으로 시청하시는 분들은 원어로 강연이 송출되고 실시간으로 자막이 제공될 예정입니다. 4건의 기조 강연 사이에 약 10분 내외의 휴식 시간을 가질 예정입니다. 온라인으로 참여하시는 분들께서는 댓글로 질문이나 코멘트를 좀 남겨주시면 좋을 것 같고요. 그것들을 종합해서 질의응답 시간에 한꺼번에 질문을 드리고 응답을 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 참여를 부탁드립니다. 그럼 첫 번째 강연을 시작하려고 하는데요. 첫 번째 기조 강연은 한국 유네스코 한국위원회 사무총장을 역임하신 한경구 교수님의 불확실성 시대의 도전과 학교 교육의 미래라고 하는 제목으로 강연을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 한경구 교수님께서는 서울대학교에 재직을 하셨고, 그다음에 4년 동안 이 유네스코 한국위원회를 맡아서 굉장히 중요한 그런 업적을 많이 쌓아주셨습니다. 그리고 지금도 아마 계속 활동을 하고 계시는 것으로 제가 알고 있습니다. 네, 그러면 큰 박수로 환영을 해주시면 교수님을 모셔서 강연을 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 예, 큰 박수 주시기 바랍니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 한경구입니다. 이런 중요한 자리에서 기조 강연을 하게 돼서 굉장히 영광으로 생각합니다. 저는 문화인류학자입니다. 그래서 이제 교육의 전문가는 아닌데, 그러나 문화인류학은 교육하고 굉장히 깊은 관련을 가지고 있고, 인간이 문화를 학습하고 전달한다는 것 자체가 아주 중요한 교육 과정이기도 합니다. 그래서 저는 이제 교육학 전문가들은 여기 많이 계시니까 문화인류학 그 시각에서 좀 교육을 생각해 보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 인터넷에서 그림을 하나 찾았는데요. 저기 보면 나무를 자르고 있죠. 굉장히 바보 같은 짓인데 인류학자는 저런 역할을 합니다. 자기가 태어난 문화에 대해서 뭔가 의심을 하기도 하고, 자기가 가지고 있는 근본 가정들, 때로는 그거를 버리기도 합니다. 굉장히 무서운 일이죠. 그다음에 이제 그 옆에 있는 책은 책의 표지인데, 제가 한국문화인류학회에서 어떻게 하면 문화인류학을 보다 많은 사람들에게 알릴 수 있을까? 국리를 하다가 만든 이제 선배, 동료, 후배들하고 만든 책입니다. 제목이 낯선 곳에서 나를 만나답니다. 인류학이라는 것은 자기 자신을 알기 위해서 다른 문화에 갑니다. 그래서 다른 문화를 들여다보면서 다른 문화의 시각에서 자기 문화를 보면서 드디어 자기가 얼마나 독특한 존재인지, 세상을 왜 그렇게 살 필요가 없는 것이었는지 이런 걸 깨닫게 됩니다. 그래서 보면은 지구 밑으로 떨어지는 사람도 있죠. 지구가 둥글다고 그래서 우리가 다 책에서 배워서 만류 인력이 있기 때문에, 중력이 있기 때문에 남반구에 가도 안 떨어진다고 믿고 있는데 실감은 안 나죠. 그래서 저런 표지도 한번 생각을 해봤습니다. 제 소개를 드리겠습니다. 저는 이제 다양한 경험을 좀 하면서 저 말씀을 드리는 게, 제가 교육 전문가가 아닌데 어떻게 감히 저 교육학회에 와서 기조강연을 하는가를 제가 안간 힘을 써서 정당화를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 여러 가지 경험을 했고, 뭐 시민운동에도 조금 관여를 해봤고, 대학도 이제 각각 문화인류학과, 국제학부, 그다음에 자유전공학부라는 이제 고등교육 혁신을 위한 새로운 실험에도 참여를 해봤습니다. 또 이제 그 여러 가지 뭐 자문 역할도 해봤고, 유학은 미국에서 했지만 이제 현지 조사를 일본에서 해서 제법 다른 문화 체험도 좀 해봤다고 자부를 하고 있습니다. 제가 인류학을 하게 된 동기, 이제 인류학이라는 것은 아주 대표적인 비인기 학문 중에 하나였습니다. 아직도 아들이 인류학을 하겠다 그러면 부모들이 굉장히 걱정들을 많이 하시는데, 제가 대학을 다니던 1970년대, 그러니까 우리나라가 월남의 베트남 전쟁 때 조금 돈을 벌고 아직 중동 붐이 일어나기 전입니다. 그때 인류학을 하려고 그러니까 부모님 뭐 당연히 굉장히 걱정하시고, 이제 굶어 죽으면 어떡하나 뭐 그런 걱정을 많이 하셨죠. 근데 제가 관심을 갖게 된 것은 인류학은 좀 다르지 않을까, 그런 아주 대학교 1학년에서 2학년 올라가던 시기에 유치하지만 그런 생각을 했기 때문입니다. 그 1학년 이제 학기가 끝날 때쯤, 뭐 그때는 학생 그 시위를 하니까 2학기는 거의 개강하고 2주, 3주 수업하고 휴강을 해서 이제 또 마지막에 2주 수업하고 그냥 학기가 끝났습니다. 그럴 때인데 그 교양학부 잡지에서 뭐 이제 여러 가지 행사를 하는데 그 중에 번역상이 있었습니다. 그래서 거기에 응모를 했는데, 그때 제가 그 번역한 글이 그 이제 영국의 소설가죠, 헉슬리라는 용감한 신세계로, 브레이브 뉴 월드로 잘 알려진 작가의 에세이가 있었습니다. 그 비극과 이제 전진실이라고나 할까요? 근데 이거를 번역을 하면서 제가 이 작품에, 이 글에 아주 매료가 됐습니다. 그러니까 whole truth라고, the whole truth라고 하는 것은 정말 더함도 없고 빼지도 않은 있는 그대로의 진실이란 뜻이죠. 그래서 이 가령 셰익스피어의 비극 같으면은 거기는 아주 위대한, 또 뭐 고전 그리스의 비극도 마찬가지입니다. 그 굉장한 성격을 가진 인물들이 나오고 그 인물들이 충돌을 하면서 이제 이야기가 진전이 되죠. 그래서 여기는 보면 나쁜 놈은 아주 나쁜 놈입니다. 영웅은 정말 위대한 영웅입니다. 여주인공은 그렇게 선량하고 아름다울 수가 없습니다. 그러니까 트림도 안 하고 화장실도 안 갈 것 같습니다. 그러나 현실 세계, 실제 전 진실을 다루는 문학은 영웅도 주저할 때가 있고 나쁜 놈도 양심의 가책을 느끼기도 하고 한없이 순결하고 착하고 선량한 여성도 다 그런 구석이 있는 거죠. 그래서 이제 그 제 나름대로 인류학을 전공을 하면 정치학이나 경제학이나 이렇게 어떤 현상의 특정 측면을 보는 것보다 전체를 볼 수 있겠구나, 그런 굉장히 막연한 생각을 하고 이제 인류학을 전공을 했습니다. 그래서 이제 교육도 그런 측면에서 좀 보도록 하겠습니다. 우리가 교육 변혁을 얘기할 때, 특히 이제 유네스코가 2021년 총회 때 이제 흔히 우리가 그 교육의 미래들, 그러니까 Futures of Education이라고 부르는 보고서를 채택을 했고, 그때 나온 얘기 중에 교육의 변화를 위해서는 선생님이 가장 중요하다, 그런 얘기들을 했고 다들 박수를 쳤습니다. 그러고 나서 그런데 선생님이 제일 문제가 아닐까요? 그런 얘기도 했습니다. 그래서 제가 선생님에 대한 얘기로 세 가지 얘기로 시작을 할까 합니다. 제가 미국 유학을 할 때 1987년입니다. 저희 애가 이제 그 3살이 돼서 그 칠드런즈 센터를 보내게 됐습니다. 그 대학원생 이제 아파트에 있는 조그만 그 시설인데, 이제 그 미국이니까 당연히 그 미국 애들이 많고 또 이제 국제 학생 그 애들이 있는데, 그 이제 보내려니까 얘가 이름이 병조입니다. 그러니까 좀 부르기가 발음이 어렵습니다. 그래서 이제 흔히 하는 식으로 미국 이름을 지어주면 부르기가 편할 것이다. 뭐 단순히 생각해서 피터라고 그러지 뭐 저희는 뭐 저 교회는 안 다니는데 피터라고 부르지. 그래서 이제 애한테 너는 이제부터 피터다. 그러니까 피터라고 부르면 그게 너다. 가르쳐주고 데려갔습니다. 그랬더니 이제 이 칠드런즈 센터에 있는 아주 어린 선생님이시죠. 그랬더니 그 이제 얘가 피터고 피터라고 부르면 얘가 대답을 할 겁니다. 그랬더니 선생님이 집에서는 얘를 뭐라고 부르세요? 그래요. 그래서 이제 병조라고 부르는데요. 그랬더니 그 여자분이 병초 그러면서 이제 열심히 연습을 하면서 이 발음이 맞냐 그래서 대충 맞다 그랬더니 선생님이 나는 이제부터 얘를 병조라고 부를 겁니다. 그리고 다른 애들한테도 병조라고 부르도록 가르칠 겁니다. 이거는 병조한테만 중요한 게 아닙니다. 애들이 다른 이름을 가진 애가 있다는 것을 알고 그렇게 불러야 한다는 것을 아는 게 중요하기 때문입니다. 이제 제가 그때 제가 그래도 이제 한국에서 어렸을 때는 공부를 못했지만 나중에 그래도 서울대학도 나오고 이거 뭐 고시도 수석 합격하고 이제 하버드 대학의 박사 과정에 그것도 문화인류학이죠. 제가 이제 그런 문화 커뮤니케이션의 이제 전문가 과정인데 저보다 훨씬 어린 그 유치원 보모 선생님의 그 말씀을 듣고 제가 한편으로는 너무나 고맙고 너무나 부끄러웠습니다. 이게 선생님이라는 게 이렇게 중요한 거구나. 그러니까 제가 학교에서 이렇게 뚱뚱한 책 읽고 뭐 온갖 아름다운 어려운 얘기는 하는데 현실에서 그래 애 이름을 그렇게 불러준다는 게 다른 애들한테도 중요하기 때문에 해야 되는 겁니다. 이 얘기를 하는구나. 요거는 좀 최근의 경험입니다. 저희 이제 유네스코 한국위원회가 브릿지 사업이라고 그래서 학교 밖 청소년 또는 이제 어른들을 위한 문해 사업을 펼치고 있습니다. 처음에는 후원 모금으로 시작해서 지금은 이제 정부 ODA 예산으로 하고 있는데 매년 그 워크숍을 합니다. 그래서 참가한 이제 나라들 인원들을 모시고 그래서 뭐 여러 발표들을 하는데 그 중에 요르단에서 온 분이 그분은 이제 분자생물학 교수신데 본인이 팔레스타인 출신입니다. 그분이 대학에서 연구도 하고 강의도 하지만 그 문해 사업을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 자기가 하고 있는 사업을 얘기를 해줍니다. 그 난민 캠프에 있는 어머니들한테 글을 가르쳐서 어머니가 애들에게 그림책을 읽어주도록 하는 사업입니다. 열심히 사업 발표를 하고 다 박수를 치고 참 좋은 사업이다 그랬는데 이제 파키스탄에서 오랫동안 또 문해 사업을 해온 아주 베테랑 할머니가 잘못됐다고 그러시는 겁니다. 지금 이 시대가 어느 시대인데 종이책 가지고 그런 거 하고 있느냐, 스마트폰이랑 타블렛 PC의 위력을 아느냐, 그걸 가지면 훨씬 더 많은 다양한 콘텐츠를 애들 수준에 맞춰서 무지하게 제공할 수 있다. 아니 책을 인쇄해가지고 그걸 들고 가서 한다는 게 지금 아니 테크놀로지 사용을 해야지 이게 뭐냐. 듣고 보니까 그 얘기도 또 그럴듯해요. 이제 다들 좀 혼란에 빠졌는데 이 요르단 분이 답변을 하시는데 뭐 여러 가지 답변을 하시는데 그 중에 하나가 애한테 종이책을 읽어준다는 게 얼마나 중요한 건지 아시느냐. 애도 3살짜리 애도 압니다. 엄마가 또는 어른이 자기를 위해서 책을 읽어주고 있는 겁니다. 이 집중이라는 거는 이건 애한테 굉장히 중요한 겁니다. 그래서 애가 웬만큼 읽게 되고 그러면 뭐 스마트폰도 좋고 타블렛 PC도 좋은데 처음에 그림책을 엄마가 읽어준다는 거, 특히 엄마도 글을 새로 배운 거죠. 그렇게 해서 떠듬떠듬 최선을 다해서 애한테 읽어준다는 게 애한테 얼마나 중요한지 아느냐. 그리고 또 들으니까 그래요. 마지막에 들은 게 항상 제일 그럴듯합니다. 그다음에 또 하나 여러분들 잘 아시는 토마스 에디슨이라고 이제 미국의 발명왕이죠. 이분은 뭐 달걀을 품고 있던 걸로 굉장히 잘 알려져 있는데 그 일화 중에 하나가 초등학교에서 이제 쫓겨난 결정적인 계기라고 합니다. 이분이 초등학교 졸업을 못했지요. 그래서 참 전 세계의 교사와 교육가들을 당혹스럽게 만드는 사람 중에 하나입니다. 초등학교 안 나오고 저런 중요한 발명들을 했는데 국민학교 뭐 4학년 때인가 5학년 나이쯤 됐을 때 그날 아마 선생님께서 이제 미국의 강에 대해서 설명을 했나 봅니다. 그래서 강이란 뭐 미국의 중요한 강들이 뭐가 있고 뭐 어쩌고 저쩌고 했는데 질문을 한 겁니다. 선생님, 왜 물은 항상 높은 곳에서 낮은 곳으로 흐르나요? 어떻게 됐겠습니까? 상스러운 표현 쓰자면 아마 되게 혼났지요. 왜? 이놈이 또 수업을 방해하는구나. 그러니까 초등학교 4학년, 5학년이 되면 어떤 게 좋은 질문이고 어떤 질문은 하면 안 되는지를 애도 압니다. 그러니까 스스로 검열을 하는 거죠. 제가 그 서울대학교 자유전공학부에서 가장 그 중점을 두었던 것이 질문하는 거를 두려워하지 말아라. 그러니까 학생들이 서울대 학생만 그런 게 아니라 대한민국의 모든 대학생이 다 그렇습니다. 질문은 좀 있어 보이는 유식한 질문을 해야 됩니다. 그러니까 조금 없어 보이는 질문할 때는 강의 끝나고 조용히 가서 하거나 그럽니다. 그래서 다른 애들 앞에서 질문을 안 합니다. 굉장히 심각한 문제입니다, 사실은. 어떻게 해결하겠습니까? 제일 좋은 방법은 교수님이 상당히 초보적인 질문을 막 하는 거를 보여주는 것도 한 가지 방법입니다. 저런 질문을 해도 되는 거구나. 어쨌든 이제 3가지 에피소드를 하고 오늘의 이야기로 들어갈 텐데 벌써 시간이 절반 가까이 지났네요. 네. 그래서 이제 처음에 사회문화적 현상으로서의 교육을 말씀드리겠습니다. 왜 사회문화적 현상으로서의 교육인가? 우리가 흔히 뭐 정치, 경제, 사회, 문화, 교육 이렇게 나누는데 교육은 한편으로는 특히 이 현대 이전에 전통 사회에서는 그 교통통신이 그렇게 발달하지 않았고 아주 극소수를 제외하면 자기가 태어난 곳에서 그냥 살았습니다. 그러니까 교육이라는 것은 자기가 태어난 사회의 문화를 학습을 해서 그걸 내재화하고, 물론 내재화하는 과정에서 약간의 선택도 있고 거부도 있고 그런 일들이 일어납니다. 그리고 그걸 다 자기가 그 속에서 살다가 조금 창조도 하고 추가도 하고 어떤 건 과정에서 사라지기도 하죠. 그리고 다음 세대에 전해주면 됐습니다. 그러나 현대는 교통통신이 엄청 발전을 해서 이제는 사람이 이동을 하기도 하고 사람은 제자리에 있더라도 굉장히 많은 가치, 규범, 뭐 이런 프랙티스들이 이동을 하는 그런 상황입니다. 그러면 그때의 교육에서 중요한 건 뭐겠느냐? 그래서 문화 다양성 얘기를 하려고 합니다. 그래서 문화 다양성 얘기를 한참 한 다음에 이제 교육의 미래 얘기를 하고, 그다음에 AI 리터러시 교육, 그리고 이제 글로벌 시민 이 얘기를 했으면 좋겠는데, 이게 주어진 시간이 40분이라서 제가 3번까지만 하려고 그랬는데 3번까지 달려보겠습니다. 예, 교육의 미래를 생각하려고 보면 우리는 한국 사회가 정말 이상한 사회입니다. 우리 가난하다가 세계 10위권의 경제 대국이 됐죠. 첨단 기술, 뭐 한류는 아주 글로벌하게 인기가 있고, 대통령이 지금 이제 우스운 꼴이 됐지만 글로벌 중추 국가를 선언을 했었습니다. 그런데 한편으로는 굉장히 많은 문제들도 가지고 있죠. 저는 가장 큰 문제가, 전에 이제 2000년이 됐을 때 환경운동연합에서 모여서 의논을 했을 때 2000년대에 가장 큰 한국 사회의 화두는 불안이다. 그 전까지는 위기였다. 우리 부모 세대, 그 위의 세대는 이제 조선시대 살고 있다가 개항을 했고, 그리고 이제 아주 큰 충격을 받고 그 와중에 식민지가 됐습니다. 식민지 하에서 전쟁, 이제 일본의 전쟁 노력에 동원이 됐고, 그다음에 해방이 됐지만 다시 이제 내전을 겪었죠. 그리고 극도의 가난 속에서 계속해서 그 안보 위협에 시달리면서 살아왔고, 그러니까 하루도 그 위기라는 말을 입에 담지 않은 적이 없습니다. 저희 아직도 고등학교 때 그 생각이 납니다. 이 하루는 또 추운 날 전교생 운동장에 집합해가지고 교장 선생님이 1시간을 열변을 토하는 겁니다. 왜? 그때 이제 키신저가 중공을 방문을 했고 핑퐁 외교라는 거를 해서 중국하고 미국이 이제 수교를 했습니다. 그러니까 이제 저희는 그 전까지는 국민학교 때부터 중국은 6.25 때 참전을 했기 때문에 중공 오랑캐라고 배웠는데, 이제 미국이 중국하고 악수를 했다. 큰일 난 거죠. 세상에 믿을 놈 하나도 없다죠. 그래서 제가 이제 1시간 동안 열변을 토한 다음에 결론은 공부 열심히 해랍니다. 그래서 너희들이 서울대학에 들어가는 게 나라를 구하는 길이다로 끝났는데, 어쨌든 올해가 중요하다라는 얘기를 안 한 적이 없었습니다. 그다음에 이제 SNS 발전하고 하면서 뭐 다들 하는 얘기죠. 엄청나게 불행해졌습니다. 왜? 남하고 비교를 하니까. 전에는 별로 상관 안 하고 그런 줄 모르고 살다가 그렇게 된 거죠. 그다음에 요새 뭐 계엄령 때문에 이제 저출산 아무도 얘기를 안 하죠. 다 거기 집중이 돼서. 저출산, 저출생 문제가 심각한데 한편으로 우리 애들은 자살을 하고 있습니다. 뭐 나이대가 늘수록 자살이 많죠. OECD 최고 수준입니다. 10대 자살자가 300명이 넘습니다. 세월호 사망자보다 매년 더 많은 청소년들이 스스로 목숨을 끊습니다. 이태원 할로윈 참사자의 2배가 넘죠. 이런 일들이 일어나고 있는 겁니다. 이 중에 교육, 학교하고 관련된 요인이 없다는 얘기를 할 수 있을까요? 상당히 많은 부분이 학교하고 관련되어 있습니다. 우리나라는 교육으로 일어선 나라라고 자부를 하죠. 유네스코에서도 한국은 아주 자랑스러운 나라입니다. 유네스코가 도와줘서 진짜로 잘 살게 된 몇 안 되는 나라입니다. 그런데 교육 현장에서는 아주 비명을 지르고 있죠. 근데 보면 정말 이상합니다. 인류학자가 보기에는. 우리나라 교사, 전 세계에서 한국 교사만큼 우수한 인력이 집중되어 있는 곳이 없습니다. 아니 오죽하면 저 교대 들어가기가 그렇게 힘들었겠어요. 최근에 조금 뭐 논란이 있지만 교사 전 세계에서 최고 수준입니다. 예산 전에는 부족했지만 지금 예산도 최고 수준입니다. 고등교육은 부족하지만 교육열 최고로 뜨겁습니다. 그건 저희 어렸을 때부터도 그랬어요. 자식 공부시키려면 도둑질을 해서라도 공부시키고 그럴 때입니다. 우리나라 얼마나 훌륭한 교육 관료와 교육 전문가가 많습니까? 정치적으로도 최고의 관심사가 교육인데, 그런데 왜 교육은 이럴까요? 정말 이상한 일 아닙니까? 굉장히 많은 분들이 그렇습니다. 저도 이제 옛날엔 국제이해교육, 지금은 세계시민교육이죠. 그다음에 지속가능 발전교육, 이거 열심히 하면은 평화교육, 다들 그럽니다. 입시 때문에 안 된다. 입시 때문에 시간이 없다. 정말 대학 입시 때문일까요? 원래 정말 중요한 거고 정말 필요하고 정말 해야 되는 거라면 입시가 무슨 큰 문제입니까? 입시 속에서 해야 되는 겁니다. 그리고 치열하게 하면 할 수 있는 것들이 꽤 있습니다. 그래서 이제 우리가 정말 현장을 잘 봐야 되고 목소리를 잘 들어야 되고 상상을 해야 됩니다. 그래서 이제 제가 인류학자로서 저도 굉장히 많은 사람들이 잘 믿어주질 않는데 저도 엄청 차별을 경험했습니다. 왜냐하면 비인기 학문이거든요. 그러니까 이제 대학 때 미팅 가면 그 여학 파트너가 무슨 과 다니세요? 그러면 인류학과입니다. 그러면 농담 마세요. 그럽니다. 이 통역하시는 분이 좀 어려울 텐데 인류학은 한국어를 읽으면 인류학, 그러니까 퍼스트 클래스 디시플린으로 들립니다. 그러니까 이제 너 메이저가 뭐냐 그랬는데 나는 퍼스트 클래스 메이저를 한다로 들리는 거죠. 그러니까 이제 아무도 알아주지 않고 뭐 군대 가서도 뭘 했더니 높은 사람이 불러서 갔더니 대학은 어디 나왔나 그래서 서울대학 나왔습니다 그랬더니 무슨 과 나왔노? 그래서 인류학과 나왔습니다 했더니 그 시시한과 나왔구만. 이제 대놓고 그분은 장군님이고 저는 중이니까 이제 엄청난 그런 그 차별도 나름대로는 경험을 해봤습니다. 장가 갈 때도 아주 고생했는데. 그 다음에 제가 제 첫 직장이 강원대였습니다. 강원대 가서 이제 이제 인사과 직원이 앉아서 경력 써줍니다. 그런데 인사과 직원이 이렇게 보더니 아니 선생님 같은 분이 왜 이런 데 오셨어요? 그래요. 그래서 네 그랬더니 아니 외무부 다니던 분이 왜 강원대 같은 데 오시냐고. 이번 강원대 직원이신데 생각이 그러신 거예요. 그러니까 이제 이게 뭐 하여간 우리나라라는 게 아주 층층으로 그런 그 위세 또는 명예 하이어라키가 있나? 그래서 이제 거의 모든 사람이 다 열등감을 느끼고 삽니다. 서울대학에서 자연대 대학원생이 자살을 한 일이 있었습니다. 이유가 흙수저라고 비관을 해서입니다. 그래서 학장회의에서 논란이 됐습니다. 총장님이 아니 어떻게 세상에 이런 일이 일어날 수가 있느냐. 옛날엔 전공을 뭐라던 심지어 인류학과도 들어오면 자기 대학생이라고 앞으로 뭐가 되겠지 하고 있었는데 어떻게 자연대 다니는 학생이, 그것도 인류학과도 아니고 자연대 다니는 학생이 어떻게 흙수저라고 비관을 할 수가 있는가. 이게 우리나라인 거죠. 그래서 정말 교육이 중요한 겁니다. 그래서 이제 문화 다양성으로 들어가겠습니다. 여기는 이제 막 후다닥 가겠습니다. 이 문화 다양성 개념은 굉장히 늦게 등장을 했습니다. 문화라는 개념도 사실은 근대에 들어와서 생긴 겁니다. 우리가 뭐 세계 4대 문명, 그러면 뭐 이집트니 뭐 바빌로니아니 오래전부터 있어서 문명도 오래됐을 것 같죠. 그 이집트는 오래됐지만 문명이라는 개념은 근대에 나온 개념입니다. 문화라는 개념도 마찬가지입니다. 다양성 다들 좋아하지 않았습니다. 왜? 근대에는 국민국가가 중요한 정치적 단위고, 이거는 뭐가 중요합니까? 통합이 중요합니다. 단결이 중요하고, 그래서 다양성이라는 것은 별로 그렇게 중요한 가치도 아니고, 어떻게 보면 이런 통합이나 단결을 위협할 수도 있는 그런 존재였죠. 그래서 다양성에 대한 태도가 본격적으로 변화한 것은 사실은 70년대도 지나서 거의 80년대 들어와서가 아닌가, 저희는 그렇게 보고 있습니다. 그 전에 19세기를 지배했던 것은 사회적 진화주의죠. 여기서 도태와 멸종이라는 것은 지극히 자연스러운 질서고, 인간 사회에서 많은 민족이나 집단 이런 것들이 멸망하는 것도 지극히 자연스러운 질서의 일부라고 그렇게도 우겼습니다. 심지어는 열등한 사람들 또는 장애인, 가난한 사람은 본인이 노력을 안 한 거고 능력이 없는 거니까 이런 사람들을 사회보장제도로 도와준다? 이거 말도 안 된다. 인류 진보에 저해가 된다. 이렇게 믿었던 시대가 있었습니다. 그래서 특히 근데 한국은 어땠어요? 우리가 식민지 경험을 했습니다. 그 다음에 6.25를 겪고 나서도 계속해서 분단이 돼서 외부에 대해서는 우리가 통일만 되면은 한번 해볼 텐데 통일이 안 돼서 이렇고, 그 다음에 북한에 대한 공포를 느끼고 있으니까 끊임없이 단결을 강조를 했던 거죠. 그러니까 다양성이 설 여지가 굉장히 적었던 겁니다. 자, 이제 문화의 개념이라는 것이 어떻게, 그러니까 이제 우리는 하나다. 이게 엄청나게 인기 있는 구호였는데 한 발 물러나서 보면 우리는 하나라는 말처럼 폭력적이고 위험한 구호도 없습니다. 다 다른데 거기서 우리는 하나다 그러는, 그거는 센 사람의 목소리일 수가 있는 거죠. 니들은 다 입 닥치고 나를 따르라가 되는 겁니다. 이제 이 문화 문명 개념이라는 것은 뭐 이 근대 유럽의 프로젝트라고들 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 문화의 이제 인류학적인 그 문화 개념이 등장을 하고, 이 개념 이제 현지조사 방법론이라는 것은 상대적으로 고립되어 있고 규모가 작다고 생각되는, 나중에 보니까 그렇게 고립된 것도 아니었습니다. 그런 사회를 연구하는 방법론으로 등장을 했는데, 이게 하나의 집단에 대해서 하나의 문화를 상정하기 시작을 합니다. 그러니까 뭐 콰키우툴족은 콰키우툴의 문화를 가지고 있다. 푸에블로 인디안들은 푸에블로 인디안의 문화를 가지고 있다. 이렇게 생각을 하는 겁니다. 근데 그게 점점 범위가 커져서 독일 사람들은 독일 문화, 일본 사람은 일본 문화, 독일, 일본은 비교도 안 되게 큰 단위들이죠. 근데 그 내부에 있는 다양성 이런 것들은 별로 중시하지 않게 돼버린 그런 문제가 있습니다. 근데 이게 아주 치명적인 매력이 있습니다. 제가 아까 그 화학적으로 순수화되는 이제 표현을 비극에 대해서 쓸 수 있다고 한다면, 우리가 여러분 그런 조크들 많죠. 국민성 조크. 이게 웃기는 것 같은데 사실 생각해 보면 엄청나게 편견을 확산하는 겁니다. 그 생각나는 거 하나, 여기 우리 히로키 선생님도 계신데, 가령 이제 바다를 건너다가 배가 침몰하게 됐습니다. 선장이 보니까 구명보트가 모자라요. 그래서 다 못합니다. 그랬더니 선장이 영국 사람을 한테 가더니 당신은 젠틀맨이지요. 근데 영국 사람이 나는 젠틀맨이다 그러고 바다로 뛰어들었습니다. 그다음에 미국 사람한테 가서 당신은 슈퍼맨이 영웅이 되고 싶지 않습니까? 미국 사람이 슈퍼맨 그러고 뛰어들었습니다. 독일 사람한테 가서는 이럴 때는 어른 남자가 뛰어드는 게 규칙입니다. 독일 사람들이 그렇지 뛰어들었습니다. 그리고 이제 그 다음에 옛날 버전은 한국 사람이 옆에 있는 일본 사람을 걷어쳤다고 그러죠. 대한독립만세 그러고. 근데 이제 일본에서 나온 버전은 선장이 일본 사람한테 가서 보십시오. 다들 뛰어들고 있습니다. 그랬더니 일본 사람은 이제 집단주의니까 뛰어들었다고 그럽니다. 다들 웃고 있는데 이렇게 웃는 가운데 우리가 사실은 아니 일본 사람이 얼마나 다양하고 영국 사람은 얼마나 다양합니까? 거기 신사만 있나요? 그런데 그런 편견을 자기도 모르게 강화하고 있는 것들입니다. 그래서 문화라는 것은 이 고전적인 정의에 따르면 아주 하나의 집단, 인간 집단이 공유하는 가치, 신념 뭐 이런 것들인데 저는 공유된 무관심이라고 봅니다. 문화, 당연하게 여기게 만들고 의심을 하지 않게 만든다. 아까 토마스 에디슨, 아무도 거기에 대해서는 질문을 제기하지 않는데 질문을 제기했던 거죠. 그래서 문화는 그리고 권력하고도 아주 밀접한 관계를 가지고 있기도 하죠. 수많은 모순 경쟁이 있는데 그 중에 어떤 목소리만 들리는가. 그래서 이제 우리가 그 한국의 유홍준 선생님이라고 계시죠. 저희 이제 선배님인데, 아이 뭐 대단한 분이죠. 이분이 이제 유행시킨 말 중에 하나가 뭐죠? 아는 만큼 보인다. 다들 이 얘기를 해요. 그래서 제가 학생한테 물어봤습니다. 야, 아는 만큼 보이면 뭐하러 보러 가니? 그렇잖아요. 가봤자 지가 아는 거밖에 못 보는 겁니다. 우리가 고생을 해서 현장을 가는 거는 현장에 가서 뭔가 새로운 거를 책에서 읽는 것보다 더 많이 봐야 될 거 아니에요. 근데 네가 대학생이라는 자가 아는 만큼 보인다라는 말을 그렇게 편하게 받아들일 수가 있니? 그런 겁니다. 이거 뭐 아주 유명한 거죠. 공익 광고에도 나왔는데 어떤 게 깁니까? 이게 다들 아주 똑똑한 분들이라서 저게 분명히 아랫게 긴 것 같은데 똑같을 거야. 그러니까 편하게 대답하세요. 어떤 게 길어 보이세요? 네. 어떤 게 길어 보이세요? 네, 위에 게 길어 보이죠. 아래 게 길어 보이는 분도 계세요. 네, 이게 한 10%는 똑같아 보인다고 그럽니다. 근데 대부분 문명인들은 우리가 훈련됐기 때문에 이걸 다르게 보는 겁니다. 인류학자들이 정말 이상한 짓을 많이 했어요. 영국 인류학자가 태평양에 있는 섬에 가서 거기 원주민들한테 물어봤더니 이 착각이 런던에 있는 사람들보다 훨씬 덜합니다. 왜? 거기는 이렇게 이런 이 각들이 없거든요. 그런 데서 자란 사람한테는 덜 일어나는 거죠. 이 영화 보신 분들 계신가요? 여러분들 아마 어머니 세대에선 정말 좋아하셨던 영화인데 여기 보면 영어 발음을 가리키려고 노력을 하죠. A라는 발음을 못합니다. A라고 해봐라 그러면 I 그러고 대답을 합니다. 야, 너 A라고 하라니까 그러니까 내가 I라고 했잖아 그러는 겁니다. 그걸 깨닫는 게 굉장히 고통스러운 과정이죠. 왜? I하고 A를 구분 안 하면서 자랐기 때문에 그렇게 되는 겁니다. 우리 옛날 얘기하면 어떻게 합니까? 옛날 옛적 간날 같죠. 호랑이 담배 필 적에 그러는데 생각해 보세요. 백두산 호랑이가 담배만 처음 본 게 언제겠어요? 담배는 신대륙 작물이죠. 불과 500년도 안 된 얘기라는 겁니다. 근데 우리는 해와 달이 된 오늘의 얘기할 때도 이 얘기하고 아무도 의심을 안 합니다. 왜? 옛날 얘기는 그렇게 하는 거니까. 그래서 어른이 된다는 거, 이게 이제 교육에서 굉장히 중요한 겁니다. 어른이 된다는 것은 한편으로는 우리 문화 속에 있는 우리 선조들이 그렇게 고생해서 성취한 것들을 우리가 쉽게 우리 걸로 받아들이기도 하지만 동시에 그분들이 만들어 놓은 편견, 그분들이 무시했던 거, 그분들이 평가절하했던 것들을 그대로 가지게 되는 것이기도 합니다. 그래서 이게 과거에는 끊고 살기 때문에 문제가 과거에도 있기는 했지만 요즘같이 심각하지가 않았는데 점점 더 심각해지는 겁니다. 그래서 이제 루스 베네딕트라는 인류학자가 과연 정상, 노멀화되는 것하고 에브노멀하다는 게 무엇인가에 대해서 중대한 의문을 제기를 하기도 했죠. 그래서 이제 문화 다양성이라고 하는 것은 이렇게 굉장히 다양한 문화들이 만들어내는 다양성도 있습니다. 또 굉장히 중요한 것은 우리 문화 속에 있는 내적인 다양성이 있고, 또 여기 계신 여러분들은 다 자기 문화만의 산물이 아닙니다. 한국에서 태어났지만 어려서부터 팝송도 듣고 그리스 신화도 읽고 별거 다 하면서 자랐죠. 그래서 내 안에도 다양성이 있는 거고, 문화 다양성을 보존한다는 것은 다양성 자체를 보존하는 거지 기존에 있는 문화 그것들을 보존하자는 뜻은 아닌 겁니다. 그래서 이제 쭉쭉 가고, 우리가 굉장히 기반이 허약해서 유엔에서도 여러 번 야단 맞았습니다. 그래서 바꾸고 이제 우리 교육을 바꾸는데, 그래서 이제 제일 중요한 얘기를, 교육은 굉장히 중요하죠. 그래서 이제 이 보고서가 나왔는데 정말 우리가 해야 될 게 뭔가, 이 새로운 사회계약을 얘기하면서 유네스코가 가장 중시한 것이 양질의 평생 학습 권리입니다. 그 다음에 두 번째가 교육은 공공재이면서 공동체다. 사회 전체가 나서야 된다죠. 그러니까 교육이라는 것이 여태까지는 말을 하자면 이런 겁니다. 여태까지는 학교가 교육의 중심이었습니다. 그러나 학습사회에서는 학교는 평생 학습 속에서 중요한 한 과정인 겁니다. 그러면 교사는 뭘 해야 되는가? 이렇게 테크놀로지가 발전한 사회에서 그 테크놀로지를 사용하되 교사가 정말 해야 되는 일들은 뭔가, 이런 걸 생각해야 되는 겁니다. 그래서 학교는 변화해야 되고, 교사가 이제는 가르치는 사람이라기보다는 뭐를 해야 될까요? 애 능력을 끄집어내주고 코치도 해주고 케어도 해줘야 됩니다. 많은 선생님들이 돌봄하라고 그랬더니 우리는 티칭의 전문가다 그러십니다. 제가 그랬어요. 아니, 서울대학도 우리 관악유치원, 서울대 교수들이 스스로 관악유치원 다닌다고 그럽니다. 대학생도 케어가 필요하지요. 그래서 미래 사회에서 정말 뭐를 해야 될까? 이 얘기를 좀 더 해야 되는데 시간이 다 돼서 여기서 끝내도록 하겠습니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
예, 강연을 들으면서 사실은 이게 3시간짜리 강연인데 이거를 40분에 해달라고 요청을 드린 게 굉장히 죄송하다라고 생각을 했습니다. 예, 사실 그 자료집에는 뒤에 교육의 미래와 관련된 여러 가지 굉장히 중요한 말씀들이 많이 수록이 되어 있고요. 그래서 한국의 독자분들께서는 그 부분을 좀 많이 참고를 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그렇지만 이야기를 들으면서 말씀해 주신 내용을 들으면서 결국은 교육을 교육자가 아닌 문화다양성을 전공하신 인류학자의 눈으로 보는 그런 아주 소중한 기회를 얻게 되었던 것 같고요. 그래서 그 여러 가지 경험이 많으신 만큼 굉장히 중요한 그런 통찰력을 좀 제공을 해주신 것 같습니다. 그러면 첫 번째 기조 강연을 해주신 한경구 사무총장님께 다시 한 번 더 큰 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 예, 감사합니다. 예, 두 번째인데요. 예, 저희가 시간이 많지가 않아서 아주 빠르게 진행이 되는 것을 용서하여 주시기 바랍니다. 예, 두 번째는 벨기에 루벤 대학의 얀 마스켈라인 교수님을 모시겠는데요. 더 많은 학교, 새로운 학교 운동을 위한 요구를 주제로 기조 강연을 진행을 하겠습니다. 마스켈라인 교수님은 루벤 대학교, 벨기에인데요. 루벤에 있는 루벤 대학교 심리학 및 교육과학부의 명예 교수님이십니다. 2009년에 교육문화사회연구단과 교육사회연구소를 설립을 하셨고요. 교육학, 철학 전공을 하셨습니다. 그런데 교수님께서는 교육이 가지고 있는 소통적이고 참여적인 측면과 공적 역할에 초점을 좀 많이 맞추고 있고요. 그리고 교육의 핵심 개념과 환경에 대한 철학적 연구를 수행하고 교수법 혁신, 지속 가능한 발전을 위한 학제 간 접근법 개발하는 것에 굉장히 관심이 많으십니다. 예, 그러면 교수님을 모시고 강연을 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수를 주시면 아마 교수님께서 앞으로 나오실 것 같습니다. 예, 감사합니다.
All right. Good morning. And first of all, thank you all very much for inviting me to this conference. I'm really greatly honored and grateful that you offer me the opportunity to present some considerations regarding the transformative power of school and even allow me to launch a call for a new school movement. Before I begin, I have to say that my knowledge of the Korean situation and discussion on school is extremely limited, and that my field of research is philosophy of education and not directly I'm not directly dealing with education, for example, for sustainable development. So my apologies if what I am going to present might be somewhat beside the point, although I hope, of course, it will not be entirely so, and I will actually deal with the transformative role of schools. I also want to emphasize that what I will present is strongly shaped by the work with my colleague Maarten Simons, who can therefore be fully considered a co-speaker, and with whom we published In Defense of the School, which is actually translated into Korean, and Looking After School, a critical analysis of personalization in education, which is currently in Korean translation. The title of our presentation refers to the well-known so-called New School movement stretching across the world at the beginning of the 20th century. Think about Montessori, Freinet, Steiner, and so on. However, the call for a new school movement that we hope to substantiate here will not promote child-centeredness, but it might be called rather school-centered. It aims precisely at school as a particular form of pedagogical life, and includes an humble attempt to give the idea school the power to transform the many reasons that have been formulated to distrust school. However, it is not so much about offering justifications of why school should matter, referring to outcomes or even values, but rather about articulating the particular transformative power of the school form of education and maybe renewing some enthusiasm for this form. It rests on a particular pedagogical view on the relation between education and society and the possibility to transform society through school. And in order to avoid confusing the specificity of school learning with institutionalized school education, I will describe first the school mode of learning as one which is grounded in principles of freedom, equality, and formative encounter. I will then indicate the attempts to de-school the school and to replace it with a learning factory. And finally, we will call for a revitalizing of the school form and propose a direction to elaborate its concrete design and think the role of teachers, and by doing so, hope that it becomes a real option to be concerned with school and support its reinvention. So I begin with the school form of learning. In a famous text on the crisis of education, Hannah Arendt, a German American philosopher, describes school education as a particular way to deal with the future of the world and the arrival of newcomers, of children. It is a way to welcome them so that they can actually experience themselves as a new generation. That is as beginning and renewing, not just as continuing or reproducing the given social order. And not just as producing a new order that family or society desire, or as having to realize the dreams or projects of the old generation. Arendt is actually very clear that the possibility to transform or renew society through taking the new generation out of the family to the school, so the possibility of a pedagogical renewal has to be distinguished from instrumentalizing education for a political or moral project or for realizing predefined ideals or models of the educated or competent woman or man. Ethics, politics, and economics, in one way or another, approach the issue of transformation or change with a particular goal or in mind that gives change processes their orientation. For this reason, one could argue that they always involve a defined mode of change or transformation in which school learning is always subjugated to an external finality and normativity and becomes a destined, defined practice. School time, in this case, receives its meaning and steering, its orientation, direction, and control from predefined outcomes, from a mental picture of some desired end, personal and social, as John Dewey describes the conviction shared by both conservatives and reformers. However, education, as also Dewey understands it, assumes that children should be able to move in physical and social conditions that allow them to shape their own abilities and their own goals together with others. Indeed, from an internal pedagogical perspective, the specificity of school learning, besides other forms of learning, is precisely that it is undefined, not about producing or realizing pre-given ends or predefined destination. A key feature of school learning can be summarized in two assumptions. It assumes that our children are not our children. We don't own them. And hence the new generation is not to be instrumentalized by the older. And it assumes that everyone can learn everything, which means that we do not know, cannot know, what the mind or body is capable of, and that it is not naturally pre-given what it should learn or has to learn. Therefore, everyone should be given the opportunity to shape themselves, and through this also to shape the future. School is about accompanying this shaping with care, protecting it against all kinds of forces that want to control and instrumentalize it to make it into defined work. School is offering the possibility of pedagogical renewal. This renewal is not an external finality that society imposes on the school, but something that the event of school, through its arrangements and practices, when it actually works as a school, because it is often already the school, with each generation anew makes possible. Which is also why school has often been approached with great suspicion and mistrust, and has been tamed and deschooled time and again. School is offering the possibility of pedagogic renewal through the making of a particular kind of time, free time. Free time being the first translation of the Greek word skole, where the word school comes from in many languages. It is time in which we are free for the world, free for formative work, for adventurous encounters with worlds. Going to school means that one leaves home and family, the social sphere, but is not yet taking part in the socio-economic and political life. It is a physical displacement to a place where children are temporarily freed from the family, also from the national family. They are no longer son or daughter, also not of the nation, but become pupil or student like any other. Going to school as a place where being productive is not what is central, where you don't have to take part yet in society as a productive part. being temporarily freed from economic imperatives, being temporarily freed from social imperatives. Yet, this time place in between family and the socio-economic political sphere is crucial. When school actually operates as school, it entails an experience of not being addressed regarding one's background, but also not to be permanently addressed according to what one later wants to become or should become. It entails a being drawn into the here and now, into the present, temporarily suspending the past and the future, being in class with others that are no family, and being allowed to occupy yourself together with these others with worlds of language, mathematics, sports, geography, without immediate concern for the outcome. Time to study and exercise, that is to be called out to and by worlds, to be in a condition of shared excitement and exposure. School learning enables an experience of ability while encountering worlds that are presented to you accompanied by an experience of their wonder and of being drawn to them, that is inviting also a feeling of being grateful, of obliged, invited to take care of them. That presenting is a bringing to the fore of worlds, and thus relegating the background, personal characteristics, the context, to the background, and relegating to the background, personal characteristics and context. It is an exposure to worlds, but also of worlds. As school time is a time where one learns to inhabit worlds, can dwell on worlds, that is also consider them and thus help them give a new life. This is made possible by individual, but especially also by collective schoolwork. Studying something together in the present means giving that something time and space, giving time and space to dwell on it, to possibly question it. It has itself a formative power. Hence, the transformative power of school lies in the particular experiences of freedom, equality, and shared world encounter that it enables through all kinds of arrangements, technologies, and practices that constitute school. And let me take very briefly school talk and school work as example. Truly scholastic speech is affecting space, time, and matter, and creates the conditions to become a school student and a school teacher and encounter worlds. And this transformative power can be captured in three variations of a single paradigmic expression, panel expression, try. Saying try is an order, yet at the same time an expression of concern and authority. But it also contains an invitation. Try appeals to become able. In fact, there are often reasons to assume that one doesn't have to try, sociological or psychological reasons, or how one performed before, even students themselves saying that this is nothing what they could or like to do. School is about saying try. Despite all reasons, it assumes an ability. The student that says, yes, I will, is drawn into the present moment as a moment of possibility, neither defined by the past nor the future, which is precisely the experience of pedagogical freedom. Moreover, asking to try is creating a safe space to try. It is asking to do a serious effort and to do in school work. The meaning of this work cannot be derived from the outcome. From the viewpoint of economic or social utility, the products of schoolwork are somewhat useless, just being schoolwork. The value, however, resides on the side of the student and on the side of the worlds that are presented and that one deals with in schoolwork. Schoolwork, as engaging with grammars, not only of language, but also of the worlds of nature, arts, and so on, is about becoming able and giving shape to oneself, not about predetermining the actualization of these abilities in view of a predefined image of the educated subject. Actually trying and being engaged in schoolwork is at the same time resisting the forces that make one's future form of life merely the result or outcome of natural, social, or political forces, and it is a way to taste worlds that shape our lives, to relate to them and to re-begin with them. The grammars are thereby not defining, but opening up possibilities. They have themselves no direction. They provide precisely the middle space and time to find directions. Schoolwork is what brings one to the middle, the moment of exposure where many directions are possible. The second variation is try again, also you. This expression articulates a sense of optimism, a belief in the student's abilities notwithstanding someone's past. And it expresses patience. It means to protect the student from the influence of natural or social forces which seek to bind the student to her past and to define the student's abilities. It empties the space, for a moment, from all sorts of profiling and diagnosing. School does not address children starting from their familial, economic, social, cultural background, their diagnosed abilities or disabilities. That would be de-schooling school, making their past defining their future. By contrast, the starting point of school is to address young people at their ability for shaping their lives. School sees to it that students can start to experience themselves as a new generation, able to renew society and revalue what the old generation values. The third one is try this. Try this is likewise crucial to see what school learning is about. It points at something outside, something not yet part of someone's life world. Try this contradicts the idea that school learning is about the person of the student, is student-centered. It ensures that giving shape to oneself through schoolwork passes always through the outside. The expression assumes that there is not always a natural inclination towards doing something new, thus necessitating an intervention and serious effort. It remains an invitation for an encounter, an invitation to pay attention to worlds. It is bringing a condition of exposure. Now, today I think we can observe three tendencies. It are tendencies, developments. So I don't say that it is already like that. It are tendencies through developments that are increasingly de-schooling our educational institutions. The first one is capitalization, which means that education appears as a space-time of production, where human capital is converted into profitable knowledge and skills. Time that children spend at school becomes expressed in terms of production of learning outcomes and learning gains. It means it becomes productive time instead of free time. This reinforces the already common tendency to see the meaning of school time in what comes after school. The still increasing tendency to measure education on learning gains implies that all time will be dominated by productivity and that we are indeed literally exploiting our children and young people, using them to improve our expectations and prospects and deny them free time. The second tendency is to replace large parts of education with digital learning programs, thus automating and programming parts of education, offering it at a distance and allowing it to be monitored and adjusted via all kinds of screens. Think of learning via an app, online completion exercises, digital learning trajectories. This form of learning is maximally flexible. It involves executing instructions and practicing functions step by step via adaptive learning paths based on an if-then logic. Digital learning, like learning a foreign language through Duolingo, for example, means programming yourself. Making sure, for example, that the language code inscribes itself so that you can make use of English or French as a smooth running program. Meanwhile, this digital algorithmic training of functions seems to become increasingly also the model for learning in our educational institutions. As a result, the student appears as a programmable being who is trained by practicing functional operations. The fill-in exercises are a model for this. And physical textbooks tend to become modeled precisely on computer screens and digital interfaces. What education is then about is offering and designing attractive interfaces that capture attention. In front of the screens are the visible, because monitored learners who are programmed by the bite-sized courses. Behind the screens are the invisible data processes and algorithms, which are themselves constantly learning, and a tangle of commercial companies, shareholders, and complex funding streams. School appears then no longer as a physical place, but becomes a virtual platform where the school building increasingly becomes just a physical hub for things that are not yet automated. This kind of learning platform is about programming the next generation. The third tendency consists in personalizing learning to the maximum. That means abandoning a shared curriculum and organizing tailored education. Since the beginning of this century, both from policy and educational perspectives, putting the person of the learning at the center has been put forward as an ideal. The starting point is that individuals differ from each other and that those differences matter. The aim is therefore to do away with what is called a standardized approach based on the norm pupil. Every pupil, so it is said, is unique, and his or her own talents and unique needs and expectations. And so to be effective and efficient, education must take that uniqueness as its starting point. Personalized learning trajectories that start from and take into account unique profiles should be the norm. However, that uniqueness of the learner is not simply naturally given, even if proponents of personalization often make us believe so. A profile of everyone is actively created. And it is that profile that expresses that so-called uniqueness of each learner. It is this fabricated and constantly updated profile that determines the personal learning trajectory as the shortest path for a learning to learning gains. And the monitored progression of that path and the continuous feedback offered in the process in terms helps to define the profile. In other words, personalized learning is determined by the artificially set starting point and the intended learning outcomes. It is thus to a large extent defined in advance. The design of education here becomes the design of individual learning trajectories that are moreover evidence-based, maximally adapted to the learner and resting on learning analytics. Discourse on personalization often suggests that it is a liberation from norms and standards, but it tends to forget, however, the dependency on profiles, platforms, and feedback loops. Perhaps the greatest dependency of the personalized student is that her future is always somehow defined by her past. That is precisely anti-scholastic. The basic assumption of the school is that your past should not define your future. The profile through which she appears as a unique person, and hence the traces of her past, is at once what is determining her future possibility. Personalization is largely made possible by the use of digital technology, and it is also touted as a way of making education inclusive. Microsoft's policy vision is telling. It is entitled Education of and for All. Digital technology enables learning for all individuals, whoever, whenever, wherever. In Microsoft's vision, they themselves write, quote, "The world adapts to the user, not the other way around." For that adaptation, however, the learner is first actively personalized. It is an adaptation of the world to this personal profile. Two things are important here. First, it means that learners are all separated from each other, the personal computer as one of the tools for this, and that is all about them. They are not brought in a condition of shared exposition, but folded back on themselves, on the profile that makes them unique as a person. They got to know themselves through that profile and through feedback on that profile, which takes concrete shape today also in so-called dashboards, on the basis of which learners can take control of their own learning and manage it. At the same time, their learning process and their learning gains will be monitored and permanently visible to teachers and parents. In short, learners will be locked into their learning cockpit, as it were, where they will constantly receive information about their trajectory, and everyone can constantly look over their shoulders. This folding back on themselves means, secondly, that everything is literally and figuratively brought to the learner. In its cockpit, the learner is shielded, focused on achieving learning outcomes, and all content is projected onto a screen in such a way that it is functional input for the learning process. Which means also that contents, such as mathematics, French, biology, physics, are no longer presented as if they represent a living, physical, shared world to be discovered together and to which learners can contribute, but are integrated as efficient, effective means of production in the learning process. It no longer assumes an outside of one's own life world. Everything is about being inside one's own life world, adapted to it as Microsoft states. This is to say that the school curriculum as an adventurous way out into other worlds to be shared as a collective journey of encounters is to be replaced by virtual learning trajectories through which the protected learner, supported by learning accelerators in the Google School, races in her cockpit, trapped in her profile. So what emerges is a sterile learning environment in which literally and figuratively nothing and nobody can touch or affect or call out the learner. Choosing to capitalize, automate, and personalize education profoundly transforms school as a time, place, and journey into a productive time, a virtual platform, and personalized trajectories. When these three developments come together, we can observe the tendency of school becoming a learning factory. That means an increasingly digitally designed and controlled production facility for learning outcomes driven by the pursuit of learning gains. And like all factors, it aims to make that production as effective and efficient as possible. Of course, today's learning factory is not an old industrial factory based on the Taylorist model of assembly line, physical labor, and standardization. The reformers of education today explicitly distance themselves from this old factory. But they do adopt the image of today's factories in terms of the attention-demanding computer screen, cognitive labor, and flexibility. They are factories where it is about logging in, performing operations in programmed environments with constant feedback. What students do for school is expressed in productive activities or tasks with a view to results. Learning thus becomes a kind of servile labor absorbed in virtual representations of oneself, profiles, and of worlds. Teaching takes shape as providing instruction and feedback, preferably also permanently, so that the dashboard can actually function as a means of steering the learning process. Despite all the rhetoric about liberating the learners, this has profound implications for them. They become exploited, programmed, and profiled. They are denied a place, time, and journey in which and along which they can shape themselves through their shared discovery of new worlds, but also, importantly, implying a neglect of the worlds of language, number, of nature, denying these worlds a time, place, and milieu where they can be questioned, dwelt on, carefully studied, and caringly renewed. Two further consequences. First, that in the school as a learning factory, the focus goes towards functional operations and executing instructions or so-called tasks, and there is little room for school with a formative value. We think of intensive working engagement with languages or sciences, for example, where it is not primarily about a predetermined outcome, but about shaping oneself together with others in the present, thereby always reshaping those languages and sciences through that intensive engagement, thus meaning work with transformative value rather than tasks with productive and potentially added value. This means, secondly, that school life and school work is increasingly perceived starting from what comes after school, the learning gain, the outcome, and not as a form of life and work that is interesting and valuable in itself. The perception arises that real meaningful life and living together takes place outside and after school, and that school time is best as short and effective as possible. But when there is no more attention to the specific cohabitation and cooperation that revolves around formative encounters and shared study, this also affects the pedagogical mood, the disappearance of a collective enthusiasm among pupils and teachers that comes from the experience that change of selves and worlds is possible, comes from the joy of meaningful shared work, schoolwork. And I come to my last, oh, sorry, I was a little bit late here. Come to my last part. So there is little doubt that the choices made in response to the corona epidemic accelerated the transition to learning factories, and much has to do with the huge investments made to that end. It has allowed the corporate world to play a role in education in an unprecedented way and has largely carved out the education infrastructure. Education gets almost structurally intertwined with the edtech industry. But the epidemic was also the moment when we rediscovered another meaning and reality of school, a moment that affects the actual possibility of transforming the present, the unexpected reappearance of a longing for school. And it were youngsters, first of all, the youngsters who have rediscovered school, who wanted school again. They were confined at home with their family, glued to their screens and all kinds of platforms delivering education at home, and also trapped in the sphere of social media, where they lived primarily a social life of communication and exchange driven by the importance of social recognition and comparison, as has been said, but without a distinction between inside and outside. It is precisely because of this enclosure that they seem to have rediscovered the importance of being able to move physically to a material place that is not a virtual platform, where the sphere of influence of family is less defining and where young people are not permanently at the mercy of their digital profile, where during class the struggle for recognition in social networks is less of a factor. Teachers also seem to have rediscovered the meaning and reality of school during Corona. They were likewise trapped at home and glued to their screens. Teachers sat ready to instruct their students on how to navigate programs and move across platforms on the one hand, and also mentally coach them on the other. Delivering education at home made them experience even more how different all those homes and families are, and made them see how difficult it is for youngsters to stay on track due to all kinds of distracting forces. Also perceiving that the difficulty in staying on task in the work and to keep attention is not so much due to a lack of so-called self-regulation in youngsters. Rather, it is about the lack of a place that takes over that kind of regulation, a place where deliberately some distracting forces are kept out. For example, no cell phone here, and where there is certain discipline to be able to be attentive to something. Perhaps the corona pandemic brought to mind that it is also a responsibility of teachers to engage in realizing such places. The rediscovery that teachers can exempt young people for some time from exposure to social control and pressure, including the many digital devices that capture their attention and expose them to commercial logics of all kinds. That as teachers, they play a crucial role in bringing new worlds to life, in enabling schoolwork in which young people and children can relate to those new worlds. That in very difficult circumstances and with trial and error, they have tried to do this during Corona anyway, and have rediscovered its importance and value. And that this is also part of the joy of their work, to make the world they present into a marvel that is not just ephemerally attracting attention as an entertaining game, but instigating a curiosity to the world and a commitment to further engage in studying it, not in just producing the right answers in pre-formatted and predefined tasks. The discovery, moreover, that this cannot be only done remotely in a personalized learning program behind a screen, but needs a real place, an adventurous milieu where, as a teacher, you enable exactly being affected, touched, exposed to, and becoming interested into something outside of yourself. Of course, this moment of rediscovering of a different meaning and reality of school was temporary. It becomes quickly a distant dream when, as a teacher or a student, you are mobilized for a catch-up race to make up for the lost learning gains and to contribute to the nation's prosperity and ranking on PISA. But that this rediscovery was short-lived does not at all diminish its meaning. And it seems that despite that transience of the experience of the meaning of school and the meanwhile re-implemented policies, there is continued and even increasing attentions to schools as places that matter. And this also is what the new school movement I want to call for is about, and to what we like to contribute. To contribute to the discovery of the world of school and its transformative pedagogical power by regenerating a rich language that does justice to the richness of the world of school learning. The school as a specific physical place of pedagogical life, as a milieu of formative encounter, but also as a specific time, which has to do with freedom rather than productivity, as a journey with an adventurous curriculum that leads outward rather than an efficient path to learning gates that ultimately folds one back onto oneself. Its own kind of transformative work and its own form of pedagogical togetherness in class that holds power, meaning, and promise as collective enthusiasm for change rather than as a search for personal well-being and profit. There are various aspects which require attention. The promise of emancipation does not go. So, promise of social emancipation has long been associated with school, very often being framed from what comes after school. School is supposed to be a way to achieve greater social equality, to encourage social mobility through qualification. However, what the rediscovery of school seems to indicate is that the school place and the school life itself can involve emancipation. Going to school is already itself an emancipation from the expectations and pressures of family life. But today it is also an emancipation, or could be, from all kinds of social expectations and of personalizing, algorithm-driven, influencer-imagined and not infrequently commercially initiated forces that demand a permanent availability, visibility, or profiling, and give no time or space for children and young people to dwell on themselves and worlds while retaining the possibility to remain to some extent invisible, retreating to the background for worlds to becoming present, giving time or space for experiencing the possibility of becoming rather than the pressure of being addressed regarding your being so-and-so and your being different from others, thereby all the more defining who you are. Your being so-and-so coming to the foreground and relegating or removing the world to the background. Emancipation through school today perhaps means above all that breaking free from enormous social pressures by entering a place that very consciously, albeit temporary, keeps out these pressures and arranges an exciting insight, an insight that leads out through formative encounters. The rediscovery of school means more than ever that we should dwell on the crucial meanings of school work. By this, I mean the uniqueness of pedagogical work. Think of the simple things like writing an essay or giving a class presentation. Even though it is often and quickly framed and organized as a task or assignment that must produce a certain result, it is primarily a form of work that sends young people and children out into the world and where it is never entirely clear in advance what this will mean for these youngsters. And this means that it is never just a didactic tool, but also always shaping school as formative encounter. It affects who young people are, who they want to be and become, how they interact with themselves and others, and it affects the world they encounter. Schoolwork relates to study that is not at first moved by longing for outcome and gain, but by curiosity, leading not only up and forward on the learning trajectory, but also to the side and the depth. Work to dwell on the matter together, that is to pause, think, and consider, in order precisely to relate to it and start to live and move in that world, to inhabit it together. So school learning always passes through school work, and it deserves our attention, especially today. At school, there is work to be done. It is not simply a means of achieving goals, which would mean that it is actually unimportant in itself, but work that is in itself meaningful in the sense that it creates a collective time and space, a kind of milieu, where those young people and the world can meet. It is precisely through this work and the middle it creates that school is made. Taking care of work that effectively creates a middle always leads to a kind of decentralization. Nothing can claim the center, neither the student, the teacher, or the world. And that is precisely why students, teachers, and worlds can come into contact with each other in that middle, transform and be transformed. We should also take care of teacher and work and teacher education. The choice to capitalize, program, and personalize have provided a particular interpretation of the role of the teacher as asset and process manager or coach, as maintaining the digital household rather than the physical space, as designing learning environments, developing learning resources, programming educational software, and as well coaching students in their choices as in their well-being. But if youngsters at school still can hope for a place and free time for adventurous work, then there seems to be room and work for teachers here. Room to contribute in revaluing the school as a space-time, a chronotope that is different from other places, so not this productive place, through designing schoolwork and taking care of school life, but also taking care of that lieu, of that place, of that milieu, and the beauty of that place. And maybe in order to revalue and reinvent school as a milieu, as a middle, as a place, a milieu of formative adventures, teacher education should not just focus on how enhancing learning, but on making school. So rather than emphasizing mostly learning and instruction theories, which in fact have become production theories, trying to establish evidence regarding the many factors that can determine the production of outcomes, or social theories approaching school in an instrumental way, for example, for promoting citizenship, teachers and educational researchers could maybe engage more in what you could call pedagogical history and physical study visits of schools, focusing on getting to know, study, explore the very concrete designs of school life, school work, school material, school space, to study them from a pedagogical point of view regarding the ways they enable, enact, and support a scholastic form of life under the conditions of freedom, equality, and formative encounters. The study of the richness of pedagogical life could today help maybe generate new ideas to make school. It could help to make them into architects of free time, to recognize that school matters, but every time matters in a different way. Schools are not to be made as production facilities or hubs for learning platforms where everything can be controlled and which can work or function as intended, offering tailored and personalized services. Debates often focus on the school of the future, From a pedagogical approach to school, it is important to be aware that the school may disappear, that a society, for example, resolutely opts for personalized talent development based on the premise that everyone is different, that everyone naturally has her own talents and that they can and should develop. Assuming talent, and so assuming a kind of natural predestination, goes against the premise of freedom, equality, and formation. Which is not to say that practices of talent development are unimportant, but rather that this is not what school is about. At the same time, the pedagogical approach makes us aware that a society that does choose school faces major challenges, that it will have to be made again and again, and hence the call for a new school movement revolving around the reinvention and the regeneration of the school form of learning itself as a formative milieu of encounters enabling experiences of freedom and equality. And my last words. So let me conclude with one suggestion regarding that school of the future, that it is to be designed as a physical place of collective pedagogical life that is containing at its core physically engaging, adventurous schoolwork, where school maintenance, school holding, is taken up by all involved. Indeed, from a pedagogical approach, one could ask whether it is not precisely physicality, and hence also the body, that has to be of concern and be taken care of by the school of the future. Not because the digital world and online learning would have no relevance, but because the school of the future may be especially about physical formation, about an emancipation of the body that becomes more and more literally riveted to all sorts of devices that increasingly consume and exploit our physical energy and attention, increasingly mold and use our bodies according to their needs, that increasingly steer and direct our movements and our dealing with our body and deprive us from handwork. Maybe the school of the future is about physically learning to relate to a technological, digital, and virtual world that is not going to disappear anytime soon. So I have tried to explore what the educational invention of school is about, not to idealize or romanticizing it, but the reason is that I think that it is still worthwhile to deal with the future of our world and with the coming generation in this very particular way, which we call school, which is an undefined way that enables pedagogical renewal, pedagogical transformation, a pedagogical renewal of society. The school form as perhaps the first archaic form of gathering people to take time and to make time for collective formative encounters, to take care of a shared world. And perhaps to regain its transformative power today, it may need to be rejuvenated. Perhaps it is an old form that offers the best answers for the future. And I just, sorry, I didn't follow up with my slides, but you have the slides. I think you can. I'm sorry for that. I've never been very well with this sliding. Just to end here, I'm not going to read it all, but you know that John Dewey, when he was strongly engaged in the laboratory school in Chicago in the beginning years, he wrote, in the very early years, he wrote his pedagogic creed. It was the basic, the pedagogic creed, which was not a code of conduct, not a code of conduct, but it was a public declaration of a commitment and a clear formulation of principles for shaping in education. These can make a difference in the way teachers relate to students and to expectations from society, and they translate specific practical assumptions from which teachers can act. So this is just a proposal. It's just a proposal you can work on, but it is maybe something that you can think in about in teacher education. What is your pedagogic creed? Yes, what is the pedagogic creed from which you act. And so these are just a few. You can find them also in the text. We believe that anyone can learn anything. We believe that our children are not our children. We believe that school is a physical place of pedagogical life. We believe that school is itself a form of shared, joyful life, and not only the preparation for a future life. We believe that school is to take care of shared worlds by taking care of children, and to take care of children by taking care together for shared worlds, and that the formation of the faculty of attention of both pupil and teacher is a crucial purpose of education. We believe, we believe that the teacher's core work is to help design how the world reaches children, how it is presented to them, and how they are getting to know, to encounter worlds, that it protects against visibility and economic, social, and political forces that capture and capitalize attention, that school offers a curriculum as a journey of encounters, not a program to reach predefined outcomes. We believe that we have to present to children how the world is made, because they are the hope of the world. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. Thank you. 시간이 조금 넘었지만 제가 끊지를 못했던 것이 너무 소중한 말씀들을 많이 해주셔서 우리가 모두 가져가야 될 내용들이었던 것 같습니다. 저는 우리가 try라고 하는 그런 단어에 얽혀 있는 여러 가지 전제와 신념들, 가정들 이런 것들을 저렇게 생각할 수도 있구나 이런 생각을 좀 많이 했고요. 학교와 교육이 가지고 있는 역할이 또 어떤 것이어야 하는가에 대해서 굉장히 많이 생각하게 되었던 것 같습니다. 학습 공장이라는 표현도 굉장히 재미있었는데요. 재밌다기보다가 슬픈 그런 표현이었는데 어쨌건 코로나로 인해서 그런 학습 공장화가 가속화되어 가는데 우리가 또 아주 자연스럽게 익숙해지고 있다라고 하는 사실들도 굉장히 생각을 좀 많이 하게 하는 그런 내용이었던 것 같습니다. 교사의 역할에 대해서도 굉장히 많이 강조를 해주셨고요. 결국은 교사 교육에서 우리가 굉장히 중요하게 생각하는 것은 어떤 성취 기준을 어떻게 달성해야 하는가라기보다는 학교를 어떻게 만들어 나가야 할 것인가라고 하는 부분에 훨씬 더 우리 교사 교육이 초점을 두어야 한다라고 하는 사실은 굉장히 중요한 교훈이 아닌가 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 마지막에 말씀해 주셨던 creed, 신조에 관련된 내용들도 우리가 계속해서 우리의 교육을 검토해 나가는 데 있어서 굉장히 중요한 기준으로 삼을 수 있는 내용이 아닌가 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 이것으로 두 번째 기조 강연을 마치겠는데요. 조금 전에 정말 열강을 해주신 교수님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 좀 주시기 바랍니다. 예, 저희가 예상했던 시간보다 조금 지났긴 한데요. 그래도 우리가 요쯤에서 휴식을 가져야 할 것 같습니다. 그래서 저희가 원래 프로그램에는 한 20분 정도 휴식을 가지도록 했었는데 도저히 그 정도는 안 되고요. 30분까지 우리가 가능한 대로 쉬고 30분 정각에 다시 세 번째 기조 강연을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 예, 잠깐 휴식하도록 하겠습니다. 예, 잘 쉬셨는지 모르겠습니다. 굉장히 짧은 휴식 시간이었는데요. 저희가 시간이 많지 않아서 바로 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 그 유튜브로 저희 방송이 나가고 있는데요. 그 나가는 방송과 관련해서 지금 많은 분들이 댓글을 좀 달고 계십니다. 근데 질문이라기보다는 그 좀 전에 강연을 해주셨던 마스켈라인 교수님께서 하셨던 내용들에 대한 토론도 좀 진행이 되고 있어서 굉장히 흥미롭게 이거를 좀 지켜보고 있습니다. 어쨌건 이런 내용들이 우리 그 학교 현실을 돌아보게 한다라고 하는 부분에 대해서 굉장히 많은 분들이 동의하고 계시고요. 정말 감사하다라고 하는 말씀들을 계속 해주고 계십니다. 예, 그러면 세 번째 기조 강연인데요. 이어서 오스트리아 크라겐푸르트 대학의 프란츠 라우 교수님의 강연을 초청해서 듣도록 하겠습니다. 프란츠 라우 교수님은 그러니까 오스트리아에 있는 클라겐푸르트 대학교의 교육 및 학교 발전 연구소의 교수님으로 계시고요. 자연과학 석사학위, 그리고 교육학 박사학위, 그리고 교육학 교수 자격, 환경교육 중심을 보유하고 계시고요. 오랫동안 국제적이고 국내적인 연구와 개발 프로젝트에 참여하고 계십니다. 지금 그 중점적으로 하고 계신 그런 많은 연구들이 있는데요. 그 중에서도 실행 연구, 액션 리서치와 관련된 저널의 편집자이기도 하시고요. 그다음에 환경 교육과 지속 가능 발전 교육 분야에서 활발하게 활동을 하고 계시는 분입니다. 오스트리아 내부에서도 그렇고요. 국제적으로도 굉장히 활동을 많이 하시는 그런 교수님이십니다. 교수님께서는 지속 가능한 미래로의 전환과 교육, 협력 네트워킹의 기여라고 하는 제목으로 세 번째 기조 강연을 해주시겠습니다. 그러면 교수님을 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 환영을 해주시면 좋겠습니다.
Hello, yeah, it works. Thank you for the invitation. It's really an honor to me to talk here to you. It's my first time in South Korea. We spent already 3 days here in the area, in Seoul and around this region. And my first impression was it's a country between a long tradition and very modern and up-to-date, so to say. And what the first two speakers say give somehow, especially the first speaker who is from here, shed more light on this place here. But I do not know really a lot about your culture, which is also a diverse culture, like the Austrian culture is diverse. But I think it's very important also when it comes to my theme today, learning together, creating networks, cooperate, that we listen to each other to try to understand the differences. Because the main statement I would give at the beginning is networking and cooperation goes via difference and via diversity. It is not making everything the same and equally, it is about negotiation. And to go a little deeper in this, is this? No, this is, yeah. I start with 2 transparencies just to frame the topic. There are many analyses now that we are in a crisis again. But as we heard before, there were crises all over the human history. And so it is a challenge, but the crisis is always the opportunity to develop something further. You might heard about this Oxfam donut. I think it's a very nice way to describe that we have the chance to have a future which is worthwhile to live in for our kids and grandkids, for the future generations. We need a safe and just space for humanity. And this space is under danger in terms of ecological components and in terms of social, societal components. And the goal is, I think, behind this notion of transformation to keep this space alive for us and for the planet. Sustainable development is in its core justice. Yeah? And I might not go deeper to this, but now maybe something more new aspect. There are a lot of conceptualizations what sustainability might be to have some meaning of a complex situation, and that what the theory is, basically, I would say, is to build a net on reality, to focus down some elements, and then to found interconnections. But we will most probably never fully understand what the world is. I'm not a philosopher as my colleague before, but I read some philosophy books, and there was a person, I think Nicholas Rescher, he said, there is no reason that we will every time know everything. That's impossible, because we're always moving forward. And so this is a trial to deal with complexity, you know, ecological, economically, social dimension, cultural. But I think I would add for this talk the dimension of institutional sustainability. Western societies especially, and all societies, are organized via institutions, schools, enterprises, administration. It does not mean that the institutions are locked down. They, of course, deal with the environment, have to be open. But I would focus now, being here at the teacher education university, schools and universities as organizations, and what there we can do to support transformation towards sustainability. Our notion of education sustainability we use in our projects at the moment is a regulative idea which goes back to Kant. And a regulative idea is something which gives your thinking and acting an orientation. Yeah, the human rights are also a regulative idea. It is not fixed totally, of course, so you have to negotiate. There are contradictions, dilemmas, conflicts, and this negotiation process is a very fertile ground for education, is the main idea, also for research, of course. And the goal of this kind of education, which should somehow support transformation, is in many, many concepts somehow how I can, let's say, shape my life together with others. How can I be part of society? So name it action competence. And here is a description from a well-known German researcher, Gerhard de Haan. He said action competence is the ability to shape one's own life, one's own living space, and the future of societies in active participation in the sense of sustainable development. So that means this education has an individual aspect, but we are, as far as I know, also anthropologists say, we are organisms. They live in groups. We are not able to survive as single persons. Yeah, and as far as I heard, Asian societies tend to be more collective than maybe Western Europeans, maybe or maybe not, but there is some science. Yeah? So I think very important is you should not burden all this transformation of learning in the shoulder of a single individual. You have always to reflect it in the context of the others. The SDGs, well known, they are very important context now for developments all over the world, I think. And there is this 17 goals, and the goal 4 is education. And education is again here opportunity of learning for all, so again justice. And here, in our opinion, with this SDGs, the notion of transformation comes into play. It was not so strong in education discourses before. We had environmental education, we had ESD, we had education for citizenship, as we heard in the first lecture. And now the transformation notion came, so it is maybe also a concept, because the UNESCO documents are research-based, but they are negotiated political documents, and therefore very important, but based on research, of course. And therefore this notion, I think, is worthwhile to think about. Here is, let's say, try to describe a bit what transformative education might be, and you see again it is learning and integration of that what you learn and the knowledge you develop in interaction with others, with the world, with yourself, put it into your frames and in the practice in your own life. So it is, again, we had action competence, now is practice we are talking here. And then learning is a mechanism for changing the society, for transforming the society. So I would say it's one mechanism. And this might be a notion of transformative education which could give the regulative idea for what we are talking today. When it comes to transformative learning, Singer Bodrowski, she's a researcher from Germany, developed some maybe more characteristic features when we try to transform our societies and organizations. She's saying transformative learning should be more concerned with structural and cultural barriers to change, be it fear, anti-reflexivity and power. So we have to take these issues into account, especially emotions are, I think, very important when you deal with these issues. And the institutional structures, how can we overcome structural conservatism? How can we transform this institution? We are here in the area of a whole institution approach. And the second part of my talk will be 2 examples, and what I am trying with colleagues, and I learned it from professors I studied with, is to bring some innovation in an existing system. Not the revolution to destroy and start something new, which is in human history also the case. And at the moment, you all know, things happen which we have to be very careful. But we try to develop systems via participation from that what is there. And building up from that what is there. And here I think this is meant with this. And take learning broader, as we heard also in the first lecture. A school is an organization. It's a very positive picture you gave for me, and it is maybe kind of background concept also for that what we are doing, what you said in your words with your philosophy behind. But it is about seeing learning as a phenomenon of society, and it means, in practical terms, to open the school to take into account learning which goes on in society, in groups, in movements. Conflicts, as I said before, are something which are there when you have different perspectives and which has to be seen as a potential for bringing learning further. And you need the utopia. I think also in practice it's very important to have a positive image of the future. Otherwise, I'm now doing this for 30 years. Otherwise, it's very hard to take students, teachers, people on board, how to say it like this, when you don't see a potential to shape the environment in a positive sense. We had the term catastrophe pedagogy. When I was a teacher for 5 years, by the way, and before I started, I worked in other fields, so I have some experience in different societal areas. And when I was a teacher, we had the catastrophic pedagogy. I was teacher in a secondary upper school, and there was the first environmental problems in the Mediterranean Sea. And I told my students here, you know, it's a catastrophe. There, everything, the algae up swimming on the water, you cannot swim anymore. It was in the 1980s, yeah. It was in the media, and I realized the students, they were 16, 17 years old, they start listening, and then they moved away, because they don't want to hear always the end, the word will maybe end soon, we have to do something. So, and this has become more and more obvious in the also theory that you need this utopia. Didactic principles, when we talk about how can we arrange learning, so regular Kübitz-Graber, it was already in 2010, but it fits nicely. So the developments are here since 20 or 30 decades, get different notions, but this, I think, orientation for didactic is very helpful. The books they publish, you have also then practical tools to work with these principles, and now I name it, confronting contradictions constructively, reflecting on values, developing new perspectives, acting despite uncertainty, recognizing injustice, experiencing participation, thinking with the future in mind, and develop an understanding of systems, of how things are connected. Now we come this idea to how can a school, university be transformed towards sustainability. There, I think, is the professional development concept of the teachers working there important. This is a simple, but I think valuable theory. We work a lot with that since many years. When you're a teacher or also a teacher educator, you have these 4 elements. You work as an autonomous person and you always share something with colleagues, your network. Somehow you do it always. You do something and you reflect. This is also, I think, a quite, let's say, natural way that human beings can think about what they are doing. Harari is saying the humans are able to construct a world and then they live towards this world they construct. Yeah? So this is a feature we have. So reflection is there. But when we would like to go more towards transformation, I think it needs more networking and more reflection, at least in the Austrian or Western European context. And it needs spaces, it needs structures for that. Groups are central. There is Wenger. He did studies in different organizations, and he found out that in every organization there are informal groups. He called it communities of practice. The workers or whatever, when they have to solve a problem, they not always go to the hierarchy. So they ask the colleague, how are you dealing with this issue? Yeah? And then you have this group development with joint interest, joint engagement, joint repertoire. Later they wrote books about making these informal communities to formal one, yeah, to use it as an organizational development. Now, this we use a lot in the last few years. It is, I think, a very interesting theoretical concept of an ESD effective school by Verhelst. It is published quite in impact journals. I was a little bit part of the supervision team. It's from Belgium, from Antwerp. And this concept is a little more complex, but I think it's nevertheless fruitful for practice. He's saying that you have frame conditions, let's say for a school, for university. This is, of course, the leadership. We all know the leadership is quite crucial. Sustainable leadership means distributed leadership, means participation of people living in the organization, and you need resources. You need time, you need, let's say, structures. And then he found out, based on literature, these 6 elements are should taken into account. They are interconnected, of course, yeah. But it's again try to create a theory. So he meant there is this, or he constructed or reconstructed, to say literature, supportive relations. So how people interact, is this fostering, let's say strengths, is this fostering learning? Collective efficacy would mean, do we have a joint understanding that we reached something, that we are effective somehow? Yeah? Adaptability, the school is not an island, you are interconnected with the external world, that could be the curricula, the ministry, the authority, and the immediate environment, the region I live, or I have international contacts to Europe or to the US. So all this kind of, which is environment. Democratic decision-making, in how far students are involved as well, and of course teachers, parents, so somehow of democracy. Shared vision, that what I said is the joint orientation, and pluralistic communication, to have an open discourse about these issues. And then he did a first study on interviews to find out, are these 6 components all on the same level, or are there someone who might be more relevant? And he found out that the most relevant, it's a hypothesis, a concept is pluralistic communication. The more in an institution you discuss the issue, in connection with the other issues, the higher the chances that your students have also more deeper and qualitative learning processes towards transformation. And I met him at the conference, the ECER conference in Nicosia, and he was here with a Japanese colleague, and he is now working in Japan, and they try to compare a bit schools in Japan and in the Netherlands. So it's very interesting, and he's working on this concept. So this, I would mention, And now it comes to networks. We had a very nice workshop yesterday, I think, and we presented one of the networks we are investigating. And this is a structure where we try to work towards these negotiation processes. And these are series when we try to work with networks and try to understand it, and which helped us, to support the networks. There are some ideas. It's mutual intention and goals. So some things are, now you see they refer to each other already. So they need a goal, they need all those people who are interested in a network has to have some joint understanding. There has to develop trust. There is too much mistrust, I think, in our schools. Voluntary participation, somehow it's hard to impose a network. So now, please network. I mean, this doesn't work. So there have to be the people, the willingness, and so the motivation to come in. A principle of exchange is very important. Of course, the main focus, I would say, you share, you give something and you take something. And there has to be a balance. These networks, social networks, like between schools and so on, has to be steered somehow. There are small informal networks. Some years I did studies on school leadership, and there I found out that school leaders have, like community of practice in organizations, school leaders have a team of other leaders in other schools, and they talk with them how to deal with the challenges. Yeah? They are informal. So, but the networks we are talking here have some formal coordination. Synergies, learning, and face-to-face communication, we heard it before. COVID shows us also in Austria how important it is that we communicate as human beings. It's much more complex than the screen. And at our university now, as most as possible, present lectures, not online lectures. They are not seen as helpful. It is possible still, but the rectorate don't want it anymore, because we had bad feedback also from students. It has some benefits, of course, and it will stay, and homework, and as a scientist, you always have your emails and so. But that's also the reason I really thought I will come here personally. Colleagues say, Franz, you know, flying 8 hours, environment, you are a sustainable person, why are you not giving an online keynote? Yeah? And I really thought about it, but on the other hand, I think I met people, I learn more about the culture, there might be some cooperation develop out of this, and then there is more positive than negative. So you have always take this into account. Yeah, so, but face-to-face communication is important, I think, in networking. Darlin had some functions developed, which I think are helpful. Why doing all this? You have the chance to gain new information about teaching and learning, tacit knowledge, you can mean it. You have an extended learning opportunity by the exchange, psychological function, possibility of cooperation, strengthen the individuals via groups. You are more ready to take innovations. You are not alone. Yeah? And political function, cooperation with like-minded people, foster dissemination and implementation of innovations. You got maybe a stronger voice in a discourse. So this was the theoretical part, some kind of the background theories, I would call it like this, for our work. And now I give 2 practical examples I'm involved in since many years, which are try to take some of these ideas into practice. The Ökolog program is since 25 years a program commissioned by the ministry in cooperation with the university to develop in schools a culture of sustainability. The idea is from individual teacher, from individual projects from teachers into a school team, and when a team is doing something, interdisciplinarity, there is a chance that it becomes part of the culture of the school, from single actions to school culture. We developed our theory. This is done, I'll tell you a little later how is the network composed, but this is are the action areas. You see that the spiral, We come from a series, they are there, like environment, economy, society, and then develop this spiral further and involving the group of the network participants. And we developed the tactical principles. And this is a very nice, let's say, a very important concept that we know what we are doing. We're also connected to the SDGs. And it's also important, it's not, let's say, we from the university say, this is our theory and now please use it. We had, I think it was 2 years, we had sessions where we start with an impulse and then get feedback. So it is the concept at the moment of those people who work in the network actively. Now, who are these people in the network actively? I talk now from those in the yellow circles. These are the 9 provinces of Austria. And in every province, we have a regional group. This regional group consists of members from university colleges, from schools, from the local authorities, from the local governments. And in the outside, the gray buildings, these are the schools. Yeah? And this yellow, the regional teams, they support the schools in their province. Yeah? And not only schools, we have also university colleges in the program. So the main focus is, of course, of the network, the teachers and schools, is where a whole school approach are fostered, supported to develop transformative learning in their organization. And those 9 provinces, they are supported by a central coordination team, and this is a small team commissioned by the ministry. Hanna Malhonen is here, she is responsible in the ministry, and from the university there is a team, and we work together to coordinate the whole project and have a scientific board as well. And the Federal Conference is a face-to-face meeting twice a year with the representatives from the 9 provinces. And this group, they developed these action areas, these colleagues from the 9 provinces. And so we share our experiences in the provinces in these meetings. We decide upon issues. Hanna Malhonen from the ministry is telling us what are the new contexts. Yeah? We are telling about our research activities. They tell what they are doing. And so it develops a dynamic situation which should at least help also learning in school. So pluralistic communication is what we at the end of the day try to do in our network meetings. When you want to become an ecologue school, it is not hard to get in. It's a low threshold entry. You have to build a school team. When you're a small school, it would be 2 people, because there are schools with 10. There is 1 coordinator, and you have to do at least 1 project a year. And now it comes, you have to write a small, but it is mandatory report what you did in this project. And what you did and what were your experiences. And now we have 750 schools from primary school to secondary. And I would say the majority of the schools do much more than 1 project. Yeah? So it is an entrance, and via the support of the network, the schools should have more energy, more resources to develop the idea further. So, and I think this is 2 main ideas. It's not hard to get in, and then you are supported to develop further. And you will never I don't like the term best practice, because there is never a best practice. There are always good practices in a certain context. Yeah? They are maybe better than others, but every practice has to be developed. Yeah? We are never at the end. And this is the idea also behind the idea of continuous development. These are the network teams, our last meeting, some scenic places. We try always in May, we travel from one region to another. And as I said, they organize the exchange in their province. They work with the schools in their province. They organize every year a day where all these schools come together and get a certificate. So they are close to the schools. These are, then we have meetings with all University of Teacher Education. We meet also twice a year, so we have the chance with Ecologue to support this transformation in teacher education as well. The ministry is the initiator and sponsor. There comes the main finances, also finances from university are part of it, but it's very important that we get this support every 3 years. Now we have a contract with the university another 3 years, and as we said yesterday, that the network runs is also to do that Hanna Malhonen in the ministry is very committed and works hard that we can keep the network since 25 years. And maybe I play a little role on the university part because I'm also very committed, and it's one of my heart projects. It is my heart project, I always say. So, and you need this attitude to overcome barriers, and they're always there. There are people who say, "Now, what is Ecolog doing? Is it very interesting?" So we have, of course, pressure and questions, but at the other hand, we can show that we are a dynamic initiative which makes a little difference and which is worthwhile to keep. And university part is beyond the joint coordination, the research, of course, the international links. Two colleagues at university, they are financed by the ministry. They look for the website, for social media, and also support the coordination. Very important that the network runs. This I mentioned already. This we developed. I was among those who developed the network many years ago, and this web page became, I think, a very important part in the last 3, 4, 5 years. Also, since Hanna Malhonen works in the ministry for the project, she takes, I think, a look on this, that we are now on the social media, and that this homepage is really becoming, I think, a supportive tool. And if you're interested in www.ökolog.at, it's only in German, unfortunately, but maybe with the Google Translator you might see it. And here is this what I said before. In the meantime, we have nearly 1,000 reports of schools. So it is a resource for schools to look what is going on in different schools. And I don't know a lot of networks who have this. I know the eco-school networks, the Green Flag, which is a European-wide, and it is somehow similar, but it is an Austrian initiative. But this component that you have a lot of resources showing what in practice is going on, I think this is something very important. And combining research, as I said, we did studies since the beginning, qualitative, quantitative, international projects, we of course publish and so on. And I would now present, we did one survey some years ago. We asked the coordinators at the schools how they perceive Ökolog. We got a response rate of 25%, so it is statistically significant. We did some analysis. And now I just present 2 results. What is seen as supportive factors of Ökolog by the school coordinators, by the teachers. They named materials, website, regional network meetings, and seminars. The opportunities of exchange, of experiences in the regional teams. Then in the school, they say that it is also important that in the school there is a coordinator who brings in the information from the outside, and he has the potential to motivate the teacher team and the school. And we also see that our notion of starting, let's say, only in a small scale, but having the time and space to flourish works. Because they say in 60% of the schools, they see that something happened towards whole school development, that there are changes you can see and you can describe. And then it helps for the profile, it improves the image of the school. We have a table at the entrance, so it has a good reputation. And the network dynamics are currently high also because of the societal challenges we have. Yeah, and this is also, I think, which is seen as important, that we need some kind of this support structure to overcome these issues we have to face with. What are hindering factors, they say? It is still, of course, a challenge to have this everyday school culture. It's an ongoing work, yeah? and therefore it needs some kind of support for schools, otherwise I think it's impossible that they can reach it. Little time and financial resources. So in some schools the coordinators get 1 hour, but in the majority of the schools they don't get additional time resources. So they do it additionally, and this is something, of course, which is a barrier. And the motivation, they say, is on one side it's supportive, on the other side it's hard to keep the motivation up to date in the school. And so some things we learn out of this, for instance, when we do research, we do not only publish, we also think what does it mean to develop the network further. And so it means, for instance, to have in-service training for coordinators, how they can work professionally with other teachers, to have just opportunities where you can share when you have problems, you can share it with others, you have the feeling there is somebody who has time to listen or who tries to support with experts, etc. One study was externally chosen by the OECD. They did a global study about networks, and they interviewed us, and we sent material to them, and they find out some of the elements, and I think these elements reflect something what we are doing, and it is seeing also as let's say effective strategy, or there are some elements which are worthwhile to keep networks going. And I will not go through this because I mentioned it before, but one thing I will name is the connection with educational reforms. So when you have a network in a certain topic like ESD, it is very helpful when this is not isolated, this is now ISD, when you can connect it with other, let's say, curricular developments, for instance, quality assurance. In Austria, every school has to write a school development plan and has to choose 1 or 2 topics, and in a year the school has to show some evaluation, did they reach their goals or not. And now it's, of course, a good idea to put the sustainability issues as part of the school development plan. And this does not happen automatically. It's interesting. The schools need support to say, and when you do this, you have more support. So you put pressure away when you not do everything isolated, to think in synergies. Think like this. Or we have new curricula where ESD in the middle school, at least at the moment in the primary school, where ESD is really strongly part of this. So this was the first example. Do I have another 10 minutes? 5, that's fine, yeah. And now a small example, just to show they are also very worthwhile. It's a local network in the province of our university in Carinthia. It's called Science Link. In this province we have a biosphere region. You have a lot of national parks, I heard here. Biosphere regions are an UNESCO label. It is conservation, but at the same time economic and social development of a region. Yeah? And this is a biosphere region. We have 5 in Austria. This is one. It's here where you have the, oops. Here, yeah, this is Carinthia, the very southern province. Here is the university. Here is Vienna, you might know. And here is Salzburg. And here is Italy, Slovenia, Hungary, Switzerland. And this biosphere region called Nockberge. And we developed a cooperation and we describe it as a hub or a bridge between biosphere region and local universities with the aim to develop together research, yeah, and to bring, let's say, scientific knowledge into the practice of the region and vice versa. The main tool we have that at the moment students write their bachelor thesis, master thesis, PhDs on issues in the biosphere region. And the structure is as such, it's a small one. All 3 universities in the region, it's our university, University of Klagenfurt, the University of Applied Sciences in Carinthia, and the University of Teacher Education are part of this science link. The biosphere management is financing one researcher with 10 hours. She is doing the coordination. We meet 2 times a year for sure fix. And then, of course, we have some kind of resources from the 3 universities. And one thing we do, and which is, I think, a small but interesting initiative, is the days of research question, the weekend of research questions. That means that students from all 3 universities go into let's say, a cottage in this biosphere region, and they work there for 3 days. In the first day, they learn about the region, the issues, the problems, what is it about. Then they came with the first idea of their bachelor thesis. we had also a list of themes. Excuse me, they are important for the biosphere region, and they cover everything. Legal problems, educational aspects, economic aspects, ecological aspects, so the whole range. Sorry. And then the students bring in their interests, and then they start with the first idea, what they could do in their thesis. And the next days, there come 6 to 7 professors from different areas, and then we do a walk. We are peripatetic is also, I think, as I know, one of the Greek aspects to think while you are walking, so movement of body supports movement of your mind. So the students walk, and the 50 minutes with one expert, and then the next student with an expert, and we walk through the landscape there. So after this walk, they had a lot of feedback. Then they go back to the cottage, extend their exposé, start with the feedback, and the last day they present their exposé and get another round of feedback. And this is very helpful to start these research projects for the students. It's again sharing between students, professors, between the people from the biosphere park, the rangers. So it's the same ideas of networking, but in a smaller scale. And we did some studies, and it worked nicely. So they say it is a lot of experiences in a positive way. They have the opportunity to connect their research with the real world. It is creative. The atmosphere is open sometimes. You know, the relationship between professor and students is very hierarchical. Here it is more, let's say, on an informal basis. Of course, they have their official supervisor, but they have, in addition, the support of the biosphere region. And they named mutual respect, and appreciation of the work of the students. And what was also a side effect at the beginning, I remember, the people living in the biosphere were very critical what researchers are doing here. It's only 80 kilometers where the university is away, but it's another world. You know, the biosphere region, the countryside, and the university are different worlds. And we tried after 10 years to build a little bit of a bridge. I remember when the first student did an interview with a farmer, the farmer called the biosphere management, what is going on here? There's a student, he asked me something, so he was real critical and maybe afraid. So we brought in maybe a little bit of fact-oriented knowledge, and that research might also have some significance for the practice of the farmers. So this is, I think, also an effect you can have in terms of regional development. So last, transparency. Some, let's say, ideas and recommendations, maybe something which you might take into account when developing networks and cooperation. Clear structures that allow space for exchange and development. Borders and freedoms go together. They are not a contradiction as such. So you need some borders, some clear structures to have creativity and to develop innovation. When everything is possible in the same time, in the same direction, it's more or less maybe chaotic. So you need structures, but they have to allow a space for freedom and for exchange. Balancing top-down and bottom-up, this negotiation culture. You have always hierarchies, but to find networks are interfaces, sometimes you can say, between top-down and bottom-up. You need leadership and coordination. what you do has to be relevant for those people you work with. That means for the teachers, for the farmers, for the researchers. So the topics you work on has to be negotiated. Evaluation and reporting, which does not overburden practitioners. So there is, of course, research done by researchers, but the culture of, and I'm talking about action research and action learning, which might also be part of, in our example, the schools, or in Science Link, the biosphere rangers, that they also are involved a little bit in a research-oriented way of thinking. So this is, I think, helpful, but it has to be not overburden them. And research as such, I think, of course, as a university person, I think it's helpful, and it helps to reflect, it helps to show also areas you did not take care enough, or it helps to change your way, so constant learning from all those who are involved. And it is balancing of innovation and stability, these networks in the long run, and also balancing contradictions and joint orientations. I think that's a thing we have to take into account, at least at the moment. You don't know what technique will be possible in 100 or 200 years, but at the moment we have only one planet. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. 매번 그 발표를 해주실 때마다 제가 이렇게 죄를 짓는 것 같은 느낌이 듭니다. 계속 시간을 좀 재촉해야 돼서 그런 느낌이 드는데요. 다시 한번 감사를 드립니다. 그 교수님께서는 사실 이 앞에 마스켈라인 교수님께서 학교라고 하는 물리적인 공간이 얼마나 중요한가라고 하는 말씀을 해주셨었는데요. 사실 우리가 트랜스포메이션을 논할 때에 이 우리 지구의 지속 가능성이라고 하는 부분들도 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 그런 의미에서 이 환경교육이나 혹은 지속 가능성과 관련된 교육을 오랫동안 해오신 교수님의 강연은 굉장히 의미 있게 다가오는 것 같습니다. 그러면서 이제 이런 현실의 이슈들을 좀 해결해 나가기 위한 방법으로서 대학과 학교와 교육부와 이렇게 여러 주체들이 함께하는 오컬로그 네트워크 같은 것들이 얼마나 중요한가라고 하는 거를 좀 느낄 수가 있고요. 교수님께서 이 프로젝트는 하트 프로젝트, 마음으로부터 우러나서 하는 그런 프로젝트라는 표현을 쓰셨는데, 그렇게 헌신적으로 이렇게 노력하시는 분이 있는가 하면 결국은 이런 것들을 가능하게 하는 시스템이 함께 작동하게 만든다라고 하는 점에서 굉장히 중요하다라는 느낌을 가지게 됩니다. 마지막에 말씀해 주신 교훈들은 우리가 조금 잘 기억을 해서, 우리가 꼭 지속 가능성과 관련된 프로젝트가 아니라고 하더라도 학교나 뭐 교육을 개선하려고 하는 그런 협력적인 프로젝트를 할 때 우리가 진심으로 좀 생각해야 되는 그런 내용들이 아닌가 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 예, 다시 한번 그 강연을 해주신 교수님께 큰 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 예, 감사합니다. 예, 마지막인데요. 마지막에 그 교수님은 일본에서 오신 교수님입니다. 오카야마 대학교의 히로키 후지 교수님이신데요. 사실 이제 저희가 이 그 강연들을 좀 만들 때에 처음에 그 교수님 그 한경구 총장님께서는 이 교육이 학교가 어떤 모습이어야 하는가라고 하는 교육의 미래와 관련된 내용들을 조금 한번 생각할 수 있도록, 조금 다른 눈으로 생각할 수 있도록 하는 거를 좀 요청을 드렸고요. 그 다음에 이제 마스켈라인 교수님께서는 그 교육 철학에 근거해서 학교의 혁신이 어떤 것에 좀 중점을 두어서 고민되어야 하는가라고 하는 굉장히 근본적인 말씀을 해주셨고, 또 그 지금 발표해 주신 프란츠 라우이 교수님께서는 학교와 대학과 그 다음에 이제 그 정부가 어떻게 협력할 수 있는가와 관련된 사례들을 좀 보여주신 것 같습니다. 교수님께서 하시는 내용은 그러면 교사와 관련된 어떤 역량이나 교육들을 어떻게 진행할 수 있고, 이것이 어떻게 국제 협력으로 진행이 될 수 있는가라고 하는 내용들을 좀 해주실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 교수님께서는 히로시마 대학교를 졸업을 하셨고요. 이 앞에 나오셨는데 제가 말이 좀 너무 길어서 죄송합니다. 히로시마 대학교를 나오셨고, 그 다음에 이제 독일에서 화학교육으로 학위를 하셨습니다. 그리고 지속가능 발전교육 분야에서 굉장히 활발하게 활동을 하고 계시고요. 유네스코 석좌 교수, 우리가 유네스코 유네스코 체어라고 이야기를 하는데요. 유네스코 석좌 교수로 지속가능 발전 교육과 관련된 연구 분야에서 많은 활동을 하고 계십니다. 그러면 모셔서 우리 강연을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 예, 큰 박수 주시기 바랍니다.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, dear distinguished guest and director and professor, including the Professor Sang-Kyun Lee and teachers and all the participants, thank you very much for inviting me this important occasion. So, I'm very honored to the present to be here. So, I am Hiroki Fuji from Okayama University ESD Promotion Center, so at the UNESCO Chair of Research and Education for Sustainable Development. So in this time, so I would like to show some the climate change education project in Asian countries, so especially the school education and the teacher training. Yeah, so this is a scene of our university. Our university is located in the western part of Japan, between Hiroshima and Osaka. So I live in Hiroshima, so it's very close to your countries. So then, as first keynote speaker mentioned earlier, so as a document, Reimaging Our Future Together, a new social contract for the education, announced by the UNESCO in 2021, has called for the school to become exemplar of sustainability and carbon neutrality. And greening education partnerships initiatives launched by UNESCO in 2 years ago has emphasized the importance of integrating the climate change education and the school education and teacher training. These efforts highlight the transformative role of the education in promoting the sustainable development and the climate resilience, preparing the learners to actively engage with the climate change challenges. The importance and agency of the climate change education is unquestionable. Therefore, I'd like to discuss Asian perspectives of climate change with focus on its school and teacher education. The beginning of the climate change education is Article 6 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, so-called UNFCCC, in 1992. But after that, it's a blank 2 decades. The full-scale effort in the climate change education have finally started in the 2010s. The Doha Work Programs adopted at the COP18 in 2012 requires that the climate change should be included in the school education and the teacher training. Since the Doha Work Program in 12 years ago, so various reports written by and conferences organized by UNESCO and UNFCCC has stated the importance and agency of the climate change education. And 2021, UNESCO, the new ESD policy, ESD for 2030, was launched, and the discussion is now the focusing of the climate change education. The greening education partnerships set out the 4 greening initiatives. For example, in greening the learning, the vision is to embrace a lifelong learning approach that integrated the climate change education in school curricula, technical vocational education and training, and workplace skill development, the teaching materials, pedagogy, and assessment. And the goal of the greening learning is that the number of the countries which include the climate education in school curricula at pre-primary, primary, and secondary levels will have at least doubled from the current, that is 45%. In greening capacity and readiness, the vision is to support teachers and policy makers through the integration of the climate change education in pre-service and in-service teacher training, building the capacity of the school leaders and the key education stakeholders. And the goal of the green capacity is that all school leaders and at least one teacher per school will have been trained on how to integrate climate change into teaching and learning throughout the school. In June last year, the UNESCO set out its basic policy and school and curriculum initiatives. The Greening School Quality Standard aimed to harmonize the accreditation criteria for the school commitment to sustainability through the whole institution approach to ESD. And greening the curriculum guidance responds to the calls for the young people for the holistic approach to climate change and sustainability in the curriculum. If we focus on the progress of the climate change education in schools, so internationally, there is a pioneering the project at the UNESCO associated school titled Getting Climate Ready. So approximately the 10 schools in each of 25 countries worldwide participated in this project, and it involves identifying the good practices in each country. And this project introduced a whole school approach to the climate action. Another UNESCO project, Sandwatch, has provided the framework for children, youth, and adults to promote climate change education. The participants of the Sandwatch project have worked together to critically evaluate the problems and conflict facing their beach environments and to develop the sustainable approaches to address these issues. Looking at climate change education in Japanese schools, so Asia Pacific Cultural Center for UNESCO in Tokyo has conducted an annual survey of the UNESCO associated school in Japan. We have about 1,100 UNESCO associated schools, or the level of the education. So then, according to the survey result, the 16% of the UNESCO associated schools were working on the SDG 13. It means climate action. So this is equivalent to about 100 schools. At least UNESCO associated school in Japan, about 100 schools are very actively engaged in the climate change education. So next, I will introduce a survey of the 6th grade primary school children's understanding and awareness of the climate change in East Asian countries that I and Professor Kyung and our colleagues in Mongolia and China, we conducted this survey 2 years ago. In this survey, we created questionnaires based on the learning objectives of the SDGs 13 climate action set out by UNESCO and asked the pupils about them. So looking at the cognitive learning objectives, when asked, I think that the human activities make climate change worse. Some primary school children, especially the Chinese students, so show the low level of the certainty when considering the impact of the human activities on worsening climate change. And the next, in terms of the socio-emotional learning objectives, when asked, I feel bothered about buying the clothes too often because of the climate change. Some primary school children, especially in Korean children, display the lesser awareness of the how everyday activities, such as purchasing, fast fashion, contribute to the climate change. And last is in terms of the behavioral learning objectives. When asked, I am ready to be a leader who cares about preventing the climate change. Primary school children in Japan and Korea exhibited a low level of the readiness to take on leadership's role in climate action. However, both countries' students are ready to support the leader of the climate change, their response. In focus of the progress of the climate change education in school science, because my major is the science education. So then there is a progress in the introducing the learning content of the climate change education in curricular standards in national and state level. And there are many discussions about teaching and learning of the climate change education in school science. These discussions focuses on the climate literacy, eco-justice, emotional domain, cross-cutting concept and the system thinkings, and the social scientific issues, and so on. Also, useful books for school practice has been the publishing. In terms of the Japanese school science, one of the emphasis in national curricula implemented in 4 years ago is the disaster risk reduction education. These photos are taken from the elementary school science textbook, which I organized, and our members organized, and show the disasters caused by the typhoon, such as the flood, landslides, the pre-harvest fruit falls, and so on. The seawater temperature rises so that a huge typhoon occurs. Also, the rise in the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere created a large cloud caused by heavy rainfall that has never been experienced before. So we are required to further promote disaster risk reduction education linked to the climate change education. Also, the grade 4 in elementary school, we have the learning unit, season and creatures. The unit deal with the arrival of swallow. The swallows come to Japan from the March to April, giving birth to and rise baby swallow, and fly to South Asia and Taiwan from the September to October. So according to the data from the fixed point observations throughout Japan from the 1970 to the 2010, or 40 years surveys, the swallows arrive about 2 weeks earlier in 40 years. The cause of this change has not been scientifically clarified. But one of the causes is thought to be a rise of the atmosphere temperature. The children's discussions of these causes in science classes lead to the learning of the climate change. In order to mainstream the climate change education in schools and the teacher training institutions, the first requirement is to develop a school education policy and guideline of the climate change education, and promote the incorporation of the climate change education into the curricula, not only the science and the social science subject, but also in the humanities subject. Second, pedagogical approaches that encourage the behavioral change in learners, such as learner-centered, inquiry-based, experiential, participative, and collaborative and inter- and transdisciplinary approaches should be further disseminated. The last teacher education institution should implement climate climate change education strategies and develop the educational programs and the courses that would allow teachers to gain the competencies as a sustainability citizens as well as professional competencies for climate change education. To meet these requirements, we have launched the Asian Teacher Educators for Climate Change Education Network in 3 years ago and have embarked the project to create the Asian framework for the teacher education for climate action based on our experiences in teacher education on ESD. This international joint project with mutual exchange of the ESD and climate change education expertise involves 24 teacher education institutes from the 11 Asian countries. And the project is a collaboration with the UNESCO regional offices and is a Pacific Culture Center for UNESCO and supported by the Japan Society of the Promotion of Science. Over past 4 years, our leading teacher education institutions in Asia have the exercise and the variety of the initiatives in building the teachers' capacity to address climate change education. For example, in Indonesia, so the collaboration between the Indonesian University of Education and the Surabaya State University in Java Islands, so they have led to the development of the series of the impactful progress focusing on the climate change education. These initiatives include preparing teachers to teach climate change and exploring teaching strategies to include the student awareness and action on climate change. A notable aspect of this effort is a school-to-school competition named the 40 Days Challenges for Sustainability, which specifically engaged 37 junior high school, 16 senior high school, and 657 students and 84 teachers from the 37 districts across the 11 provinces in Indonesia. This competition successfully fostered sustainability practices and climate action awareness among the school. Additionally, the initiative extended its reach to the public, inviting the membership from all individuals and the collaboration with other organizations and companies supported by dedicated website and social media presence. In Japan, so I would like to show us some of the examples that my faculty and my department, but due to the time limitation, it's okay. Okay. So then, in my university, in the Okayama University, that is incorporating the climate change education into the teacher training in several departments. For example, in my science education department, my colleagues and I are currently working together. We offer existing the compulsory and elective courses incorporating the climate change education, such as the science teaching method, as one of the course of the didactics, and the secondary science content in like botany and meteorology. This slide shows the content of each week of the compulsory course, secondary school teaching method 2 that I am in charge of. From the 15th to the 11 to the 15th week, I give lectures on creating the classes for climate change education in secondary school science. And I help students conduct the chemistry experiment of the biodiesel synthesis and the biology experiment on the relationship between the mosquito and the temperature and how to teach them. Okay, this is the past. For example, so then in the first week of my developed course, I introduced that the IPCC assessment report, Climate Change 2021, the physical science basis, to the student, which has released in August 3 years ago. And this states it is unequivocal and the human influences has warmed the atmosphere, ocean, and land. The previous report in the 2013 stated it is extremely likely that the human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid of the 20th century. Comparing the expression of the both reports, the last years, 3 years ago, the report, so the assert global warming due to the human beings. So then in the introduction of the development of my course, so then I introduced these real situation of the climate change and the cause and impact. So then after that, so I show the greening education partnerships initiatives by the UNESCO. This is the current the basic policy in the world. And also I show the learning objectives, SDGs 13, climate action. It's also created by the UNESCO 7 years ago. So then they set out the 4 domains of the learning. It means behavioral, cognitive domain, socio-emotional domain, and behavioral domain. And also that they set 5 learning objectives for each domain in 17 goals. So then I and my members translated this report to Japanese one. So then based on these learning objectives of the SDGs, especially the 13th, so then we can create their own lessons in school practices. And I introduced the students the key competencies for sustainability presented with this report. And 8 competencies are listed, such as system thinking, anticipatory, normative, strategic, collaboration, and critical thinking, self-awareness, and integrated problem-solving competencies. So that left one is UNESCO mentioned that these are 8 competencies. Based on these competencies, the Japanese domestic committee for the UNESCO, they modified these competencies to these 7 competencies is the right one. So considering the Japanese context. So then these 7 and 8 competency, I think a little bit more. So then we are in the school practice level, so we will narrow down and focus on the and summarize these 7 and 8 competencies so that we can set again. So then one is a competency to image and create the future. Of course, this related to the behavioral domain. So anticipatory competencies and the future thinking as well. And second one is competency to solve problems scientifically. It related to the cognitive domain. And the last one is a collaboration competency. Of course, it's related to the socio-emotional one. So then, considering these 3 competencies, so the teachers and the teacher trainers conduct and create and conduct their own lessons on the ESD and climate change education. And second week of my developed class, I introduced my student to science lessons of the climate change education, especially the high school chemistry lessons. Biodiesel as a kind of the bioenergy is an alternative fuel of the diesel. So biodiesel is a methyl ester produced from the colza oil and the coconut oil, and it is generated by the trans-esterification of the diesel oil. The lesson of the topic of the biodiesel aimed at promoting the high school student ability to judge social issue about the energy supply. This has to do with how to develop the renewable energy to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. And the school lessons, the teacher will focus on the consumption of the energy resources, dependence of the fossil fuels, confirmed reserve of the energy resources, and crude oil localized in the Middle East countries from the global perspectives. And teachers also focus on the global warmings caused by the greenhouse gases, especially the carbon dioxide, the threats by the global warming, the development of the renewable energy, such as wood pellet and biodiesel, and an issue of the competition between the use of the biodiesel and the food security. In addition, teachers can explain the biomass, such as the wood pellet and the biodiesel are carbon neutral fuels because the wood and the biodiesel emit carbon dioxide when burned, but the plant as the raw materials for wood and the biodiesel absorb the carbon dioxide during their growth process. So in theory, they are carbon neutral. And I also I show my student the real school practice in the high school chemistry lessons. So I introduce the Korea-Japan exchange program on the high school student 2010. So we exchanged the high school student, the Chunang Central High School and the Hiroshima High School, both classes. So so there are the science-focused high school. They are exchanged every year, maybe 8 and 7 years. So then they conduct the collaborative lessons between the both countries, so that I show my student. So how do you create the classes? So based on the biodiesel synthesizes. And the student create the future town to use the biodiesel and the renewable energy. And also I show the influence of the living things, especially the tiger mosquito. So the tiger mosquito that goes northward due to the rising the air temperature. Yeah, and also I show the very simple experiment to understand the relationship between the chironomos of the mosquito and the temperature, water temperatures. So then at the end of my course, I follow the student to the biomass town. They can see, observe, understand the real situation of the utilization of the biodiesel, especially not biodiesel, the wood pellet. So then, it's a great opportunity for understanding the real site. So based on rich experiences of the teacher education, of the climate change education, our network in Asia, so we identified the successful factors and created the Asian framework for teacher education for climate action. The framework consists of the 3 domains. So domain 1, integrated climate curricula and the teacher empowerment. It stresses stresses the alignment of the educational policies with global climate initiatives. And domain 2, engaged and innovate climate pedagogy. It calls for the transformation in teaching methods and materials used in climate change education. And last, domain 3, and the holistic assessment of the climate action. It involves comprehensive evaluation of the effective of the climate change education with teacher training programs. And we are provided a detailed course of the action, so recommending the development of the comprehensive climate change education training programs at the institutional level, alongside expert engagement and integration of the climate change education into broader education framework, adopting the whole institution approach. So nationally, it suggests the strategic planning for the climate change education, advocating the governmental backing and the climate curriculum development and the teacher training enhancement, coupled with extensive seminars and training. And regionally, we recommend fostering the partnership among Asian university and schools and setting up the network for collaboration and integrating the joint scientific and educational project, thereby unifying climate change education effort across Asia. Based on this framework and the dissemination guide, we will further promote the teacher education and the school education on climate change education, especially the so then we will share the future of the education from the sustainability the perspectives. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. 이 교수님께서 또 역시 너무 많은 내용을 한꺼번에 전달을 하시다 보니까 유네스코에서부터 시작을 해가지고 아시아 태평양 지역의 네트워크에서 했던 일들, 그리고 아시아 지역에서 이루어졌던 기후변화와 관련된 그런 설문조사 결과도 공유를 해주셨고, 교수님께서 실제로 수행을 하고 계시는 수업에서 어떻게 이런 것들을 좀 연계하고 계시는가에 관련된 아이디어들도 좀 제공을 해주셨습니다. 그다음에 이제 여기서 자세하게 설명은 안 하셨지만 그 기후변화 교육과 관련된 어떤 프레임워크를 좀 만들고, 그다음에 그것들이 어떤 요소를 담아야 하는가와 관련된 내용들도 말씀을 좀 해주셨습니다. 예, 다시 한번 강연해주신 히로키 후지 교수님께 큰 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 예, 굉장히 긴데 시간이 금방 가버린 것 같은 느낌이 듭니다. 예, 그만큼 아마 이 모든 기조 강연들이 굉장히 알차고 또 우리한테 도움이 되는 그런 내용이 아니었나 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 질의응답을 할 시간인데요. 정말 제가 강연하시는 분들을 굉장히 이렇게 약간 압박을 해서 시간을 조금 뺄 수가 있었습니다. 그래서 지금 저희한테 주어진 시간이 한 10분 정도일 것 같은데요. 먼저 여기 플로어에 계시는 선생님들께서 질문하실 내용이 있으시면 질문을 좀 해주시면 그것들을 좀 다 듣고 한꺼번에 강연하신 분들이 답을 좀 드리는 순서로 진행을 하겠습니다. 안타깝지만 한경구 사무총장님께서는 다른 회의가 있으셔서 자리를 좀 떠난 상태이고요. 나머지 분들은 다 계십니다. 그래서 아마 세 분 어느 분에게 질문을 하셔도 아마 되지 않을까 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 관심이 있거나 혹은 하실 질문이 있으신 경우에는 손을 들어서 표현을 해주시면 마이크가 달려가도록 하겠고요. 그리고 말씀을 하실 때는 너무 길지 않게 짧게 말씀을 좀 해주시되 본인의 소속과 이름을 말씀을 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 예, 그러면 시간이 많지 않아서 한두 분 정도 가능할 것 같습니다. 혹시 질문이 있으실까요? 네, 생각을 좀 하셔야 되는 건가요? 예, 그러면 생각하시는 동안에 제가 여기 질문이 있으시면 손을 번쩍 들어주셔야 제가 볼 수가 있습니다. 그래서 들어주시는데요. 하는 동안에 제가 여기 예. 예, 김성근 부교육감님. 예, 예. 예, 한국말로 하시면 아마 통역이 잘 해줄 겁니다. 예.
저기 얀 교수님께 질문 좀 드리고 싶습니다. 굉장히 의미 있는 강연 잘 들었고요. 저기 어차피 지금 미래 교육이 오늘 뭐 전체적인 주제가 인간, 자연, 그리고 디지털, AI 디지털이라고 하는 이 세 가지가 이제 우리 아이들이 살아가야 되는 교육 생태계가 아닌가 생각을 해요. 문제는 특히 AI DT제라고 하는 AI 디지털 교과서라고 하는 정책이 한국에서는 이제 지금 진행이 되고 있습니다. 정책의 속도와 관련된 의견을 좀 드리고 싶어요. 이게 AI나 디지털이나 이런 환경이 어차피 교육 속으로 깊숙이 들어오게 될 건데 한국에서는 지금 굉장히 좀 한국 정부는 이 문제들을 좀 서두른다는 시간적인 문제의식이 좀 있습니다. 그러니까 예를 들면 지금 사이버 세계나 디지털과 관련된 아이들이 문화는 아까 이제 이야기했던 것처럼 굉장히 경험적 틀에 갖추는 문제들도 있고 그뿐만 아니라 사이버 세계가 가지고 있는 혐오나 그러면 굉장히 상업적 알고리즘에 대한 교육적 안전망들을 갖춰야 되는데 그런 것들을 어떤 형태로 좀 조화롭게 개혁과 관련된 시간적 조화를 좀 이루어가야 될지 조금 더 조언을 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 저 소개를 안 했습니다. 저 김성근이라고 하고요. 여기 청주교대 초빙 교수로 있습니다. 그리고 지난번 정부에서는 교육부에서 교육 정책과 관련된 책임 일을 맡아서 했습니다.
예, 감사합니다. 아마 통역이 지금 전달이 되고 있는 것 같아서요. 예, 조금 있다가 질문들을 조금 더 듣고 한꺼번에 말씀을 듣는 것으로 하겠습니다. 예, 그래서 좀 생각하시고. 예, 혹시 질문 한 분 정도 더 있으실까요? 네. 소속하고 이름 밝혀주시고요.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 이제 국립공주대 지방교육정책개발원에 파견 나가 있는 천안 쌍용고등학교 교사 박진희입니다. 이제 올해부터 고교 학점제가 본격적으로 이제 실시되는데요. 저희는 조금 현장에서 이제 많은 두려움이 있습니다. 진로에 따라서 선택을 하라고 하는데 여전히 5등급이라는 상대평가가 존재하고 있고 현장에서는 아이들이 거의 아까 자살 얘기도 나왔지만 목숨을 걸고 공부하는 그런 상황입니다. 그래서 첫 번째 기조 강연을 해주신 문화 인류학을 전공하신 교수님께 이 아이들에게 혹시 전하시고 싶은 말씀이 있으신지 이제 1등급이 나오는 과목에 쏠릴까 봐 저는 이제 현장에 있는 교사로서 걱정이 되고 진로, 맞춤형 교육에 맞는 교육을 우리가 과연 잘 할 수 있을까? 저는 이제 영어 교사인데 애들이 영어를 선택을 안 하려고 하는 지금 추세가 있거든요. 그래서 그런 현장에 대해서 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
예, 감사합니다. 근데 사실 정답을 지금 이 자리에서는 드릴 수가 없을 것 같아요. 지금 저기 총장님께서 이미 다른 회의를 가셔서 제가 이 질문은 전달드리도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 선생님께서 명함을 주시면 제가 그 답을 전달을 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 뭐 여기 계신 기조 강연 하셨던 세 분 중에서 그것과 관련해서 좀 이렇게 조언을 주시고 싶으면 나중에 청해서 듣도록 하겠습니다. 아마 마스켈라인 교수님이거나 아니면 다른 교수님께서도 아마 답을 하실 수 있지 않을까 생각을 합니다. 예, 고교 선택제, 고교 학점제라고 하는 거를 진행을 하고 있는데 학생들이 이 평가가 좀 굉장히 문제가 되어서 너무나 점수를 잘 딸 수 있는 곳으로만 가지 않을까 하는 우려가 있다라고 하는 말씀이십니다. 예, 나중에 한번 의견을 주시면 좋겠고요. 한 분 더 번쩍 손을 들어주셔서 이분까지만 받고 그 다음에 질문을 마감하도록 하겠습니다. 네. 소속하고 이름 말씀해
네.
주시고요.
저는 용원 초등학교 교사 김은진입니다. 좋은 강연 잘 들었고요. 저는 프란츠 라우후 프로페서에게 질문하고 싶습니다. 제가 오스트리아 교사분들의 문화는 잘 모르는데요. 한국의 교사분들도 진짜 훌륭하고 역량이 뛰어나다고 생각을 하는데 지금 저희 학교에서 근무할 때는 그 역량을 막 표현하기에는 뭔가 다른 반이랑 비교되는 문화도 있고 뭔가 학부모님들의 민원으로부터 자유롭지도 않고 뭔가 옛날보다 더 진취적으로 움직이기에 뭐 발목을 잡히는 느낌이 더 많아진 기분이거든요. 근데 오스트리아는 어떤 교사들이 문화를 가지고 그 협력과 연대에 대해서 말씀해 주셨는데 이렇게 자발적으로 참여하는 분위기가 정말 잘 형성되어 있는지 좀 궁금하고 이제 한국 같은 경우에는 이렇게 좀 공문이나 문서에 매여서 이렇게 막 이렇게 억지로 이렇게 막 끌려가는 기분이 되게 많이 들거든요. 그래서 오스트리아는 어떤 상황인지 좀 궁금하고 한국이 어떤 방향으로 나아갈 수 있을지 조언 듣고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
예, 감사합니다. 요 세 분 질문을 해주셨는데요. 요 세 분과 관련해서 먼저 얀 마스켈라인 교수님 먼저 조금 설명을 해주시고 그 다음에 라우 교수님 모시도록 하겠습니다. 예, 시간이 많지 않아서 한 2분, 1, 2분 정도로 말씀을 주셔야 될 것 같습니다. 앞으로 나오셔도 되겠고요. 아니면은 그 자리에서 말씀을 해주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 예. 여기 나오셔서 하시면 훨씬 더 좋다고 하네요. 지금 이게 온라인으로 송출이 되고 있어서 카메라 잡히는 게 좀 중요해서요. 예, 여기 앞에서 말씀을 해주시면 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not sure that I can give an answer to what you were pointing at. So you mentioned these three elements: the AI, climate change, and the sustainable development and the digital. And I think these are indeed challenges for education. But what I wanted to say or tried to say is that in order to think about what education or what the role of education is in relation to these challenges, that we have to make clear or try to make clear what school is about. And so that the tendency is very strong to always think about school as an instrument. That means it gets its meaning from something that is coming at the end. So school should make these kind of people or should produce these kind of competencies or should produce these kind of outcomes. So what I tried to say is that it is maybe interesting to recall that school is a very, very particular way. It's not just learning, it's a very particular way of organizing learning if it is a school. And so I think it is really a political question, as you said. Policies decide, politicians decide, or the parliaments decide on whether a society wants a school or not. Because there is the school is not eternal. It's not something that it can disappear. It can perfectly disappear, and maybe it is on its way to disappear. We will organize learning in a very different way. We can organize learning digitally. We can do it. We can automate it. We start to be able to organize learning in a very different way. And so then the question is this the way that we want to organize learning and to deal with the new generation, or do we still want school? If we want school, then we have to think differently. Then I think we have to keep these this idea that school will be able to allow students to solve our problems, because it are our problems, in the sense of the adults. It is which create the sustainability issues. It is we who created that world in which these are. So why do we want children to solve our problems? So I think it's really a societal question or a political question. It's a question of a society. Do we want school or not? But in order to make it possible to have that decision, I think it's worthwhile to try to specify what makes school into a school. Because it's not just said it's about learning. No, it's not just about, there are many, many forms of learning. Yes? We learn all the time. We can learn in many, many different ways. School learning is learning under certain conditions. And that, I think, is very important to make it explicit in order to make it possible to make a choice. Do we want school or not? So it's not decided already, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then actually he was wondering about the speed of policy. Speed of policy.
Yeah, that's of course, probably it is something, because we were discussing yesterday also with my colleague there, that, for example, apparently in Japan, but also in Belgium, it would be difficult for policy to have this direct impact, for example, on a curriculum. Of course, there is an impact of the politics on education and on how education is organized, but it would be very difficult for politicians to have a direct impact on curriculum. The development of a curriculum is going very slow. It's going through all kinds of commissions, all kinds of committees, all kinds of people that have to have a say about the curriculum. So it takes, if you want to change a curriculum, it takes 10 years. So it's not going very quickly. So that could be very different here, so that you can really have direct impact on a curriculum. Yeah, then it's already something different. That's a different situation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. 이거 설명 또 한참 들어야 되지만 이 정도로 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 예, 다음 질문. 예, 아마 나중에 더 이렇게 말씀을 나누셔야 될 것 같습니다. 예, 프로페서. 예.
Yes, thank you for your question. I don't know the situation very much here, and I said I have the attitude to listen and to learn, and this needs time. But it might be that in an Austrian culture, the pressure of students, and you talk about primary school, is this correct? Yeah, might be a little different. We have primary school from students 5 to 10, and when it comes to teachers, we have class teacher system in primary school. So a teacher works with one class, 20 to 30 students, only some subject like religious study and so on are addition, but you have the whole range of subject as one person. Then maybe it is important to say when we have integration and diverse classes, there is additional teaching. But beyond this teaching load, every teacher has to have professional development. This is mandatory, but there is, let's say, at least somehow freedom of the teacher to decide. But in a, let's say, good school, let's say it like this, there would also be a discussion, what does the school need? For instance, teachers have different expertise, strengths and weaknesses, and when you decide only individually what I would like to have, it is maybe not the best sign of a school culture. Not that the head teacher is saying you doing that and you doing this, but when you discuss it and say maybe this competence we need in the school, to develop something further. And there might be one or two colleagues, they do a in-service program which is offered, and then they might also tell the other teachers what they learned. So this kind of, I think it's, the pressure is you have to do something, and then I think in Austria it belongs more or less to the school culture. So when there is a school culture where the individual teacher, because some theoretical organizational concepts say schools are expert organizations like universities and hospitals. That means there is a high expertise on the individual expert, and there is low expertise in cooperation and communication. It is the doctor, it is the researcher, it is the teacher. Yeah. But it is not so much the doctor with the assistants working together and the teacher with the other teachers and maybe parents and so work together. So, and when there is a culture of individual, then maybe the teacher would say, I do this because I think it is important for me. But this is not something which is, let's say, meant now by developments of the Austrian curriculums talking about school autonomy, that schools can decide upon their focus, yeah, a little bit, and then there should come this culture of negotiation. So I don't know if this is an answer. So it is not clear-cut that you have to do something, but the quality is how you decide where you do your professional development. And it may be, practically speaking, a mixture. Maybe you do some supervision to help yourself, because maybe you're under stress, and you do something which helps the whole school. So that's...
Yeah, thank you.
what to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. 예, 감사합니다. 예, 하여튼 아마 문화가 좀 차이가 있고, 일단 기본적으로는 우리가 가르치는 거 이외에 또 다른 어떤 교사 전문성 신장과 관련해서 이런 협력하는 문화의 중요성, 이런 거를 좀 말씀을 해주신 것 같습니다. 예, 계속 그 시간의 압박을 제가 계속 주최 측에서 끝내주면 좋겠다는 사인을 보내주셔서 여기에서 마무리를 해야 될 것 같습니다. 이것으로 굉장히 좀 열띤 그런 강의와 그다음에 질의응답과 답변이었는데요. 모두 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 감사를 드립니다. 그리고 오늘 강연을 해주신 네 분께 특히 더 큰 감사를 드립니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 주시면 좋겠습니다. 예. 그러면 이것으로 오늘 CITEF2024 13차 ICST 국제학술대회 기조강연을 마치겠고요. 오늘의 발표 영상은 청주교육대학교 교육연구원의 유튜브 채널에 게시가 되어 있습니다. 그래서 혹시 놓치신 부분이 있다면 그걸 다시 보시면 될 것 같고요. 그리고 오늘 오후에 2시 30분부터 진행되는, 여기서 하고 또 다른 곳에서도 이루어지게 되는데요. 학술 발표 세션은 청주교육대학교 청남마루와 다른 곳에서 쭉 이루어지게 됩니다. 특히 여기 청남마루에서는 국제 세션 발표가 있어서 역시 영어와 통역으로 제공이 될 예정입니다. 그러면 이것으로서 국제학술대회 기조강연을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.